everybody. Ooh, lighting. Hey, what is up? Apologize for the long intro screen. Today was a weird start to the day. Not weird, just kind of like disjointed. I don't know how to put it, but you know, I'm here. We're gonna get some shit done on this MINIBASE. I'm looking at what we did last time, and I'm starting to feel like, yes, we're gonna need to make a few adjustments. But no, it's not the worst thing in the world. So I'm a bit concerned about this. We were going to make this our CO2 infinite storage. I don't think this is going to work with the vent in the corner here. And by I don't think it'll work with the vent in the corner, I am pretty goddamn sure it's not going to work with the vent in the corner. Because we need to put liquid over it so that it doesn't get overpressured. And if it's pushing stuff out, it needs to exist in a tile. I don't think it'll push past the liquid here. If it does, it'll delete the liquid. So, you know, theoretically, it's only one tile there. I don't think this is going to work. Not the worst thing in the world. Not the worst thing in the world. But there are some systems here. I don't know. I'm looking at it. Let me bring up our little plan that we had. How the heck is everybody, by the way? I'm trying to remember. That was the plan for the oxygen thing. This was the plan for this, and there is very little there that's not on the screen. And I mean by very little, I mean nothing. Did you manage to fix your glasses? I did not. I need to get the little rubbery silicone thing back on the left side. I can't believe I actually found it. Now, unlike RimWorld, I don't want to hit play immediately here. So we had plans. I know we had plans because that's all we've done on this map is plan. Like absolute psychopaths. So, I'm gonna bring up an image. Let me see if this actually shows up on the screen too. I don't have the main monitor on. So this was the plan for the center of our base here. We were gonna put the thermoregulator here for the cooling. We were gonna put our natural gas infinite storage here. Maybe, just maybe, we kind of head back in this direction, but make it smaller. Hang on. I've got an idea. I've got a ridiculous idea. Will voles suffocate? Oh, they made some adjustments to this. Will voles suffocate if we put them in natural gas? Let's do a little look in here. Maybe we can shove the voles inside of the natural gas chamber. We need the heat's not going to get them. Doesn't say anything about atmosphere. Drops meat. 8,000 calories. That's awesome. Huh. Sorry, I've got clicked the little book inside the name. Right. We're going to have to shake the dust off a little bit. Too much Nightingale. By the way, just a quick Nightingale update. For any of you watching back the VOD, I'm sure you don't give a shit. So, you know, skip forward if you see fit. I finished the game. Well, I finished the current state of the game, basically. I finished all the quests, and I have the ability to mine the toughest metals in the game. So right now it's just making god-tier weapons and pushing the difficulty because I'm already playing the most difficult maps, so we're going to take the difficulty up from medium to hard, and I think there's a level above hard, so I'm pretty stoked about that. Okay. Let me think here. Let me think here. So, we definitely need this with the pump in here, right? But let's say we left the power up here. Yeah? I mean, this is going to produce both of these things. This is going to produce carbon dioxide in the room. This is going to push it out a vent, right? So I'm wondering here, do we have a way to make this work? Like, we were trying to get super, super small with it, and that's good. That's the point of this map, is to get small. Hi, by the way, hi, Emily. Hi, Barb. I don't know if I specifically shouted everybody out. So when I logged on, I immediately realized, like, we were talking about how the heat's going to transfer from in here, because this, you know, comes out at 150, right? So, oh, wait, let's go to status. Did we finish researching this? Yeah, we finished. Average output is 109.1 grams per second. Active period, 81.2 cycles of 130. Okay, okay. We don't even need this, but we can't put in a small pump because we don't have brackine. So, hear me out here. Hear me out. What if we made this a joint plate? Moved this down, right? Then we made a joint plate. They can't overlap, so we'd have to put a joint plate here. We wouldn't be able to do that. Huh. We're never going to unpause this game. Because everything is dependent on power, right? We're in a very power dependent situation. So we need power to go to from these or to these or whatever. And at this point, I'm starting to regret thinking I could put these up at the top here. No, don't worry, Barb. We got this. We got this. My brain is pretty fresh and ready to go. I think at the end of the day here, I gotta just let go of a few things, right? Like, yes, we need to make efficient use of our space, but no, we don't have to be insane about it. So I remember we need gas sorting, we need a CO2 infinite storage, and we need a natural gas infinite storage, right? I don't even know why I'm doing infinite storage on CO2. We should probably just dump it into space, but, you know, I'm a hoarder in real life, so I'm going to be a hoarder in the game. Biggest problem we're going to have here is actually running power. So I think... Let me check something real quick. Let me check something. Can I put that there? I can. Okay, so you know how we have this awkward space here and I kept trying to figure out what to do with it? What if this is where we do our vacuum seal? Or on the other side? Probably be smarter to do it on this side, right? Because we need to vacuum seal power into there or run different power. And at this point, now that would mean we'd have to move the power down to the bottom, right? Power's got to go down to the bottom at that point. What do we got here? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we got to deconstruct these. Yeah, I'm liking the way that's going. Let's get these deconstructed. Let's get that deconstructed. Let's get this deconstructed. We're going to have to move a few things around. When are you going to be? Activity in 47 cycles. We got time. We absolutely got time. Let's deconstruct this. What's our piping system look like? I got ideas, guys. I got ideas. Let's deconstruct these pipes. We're going to give our people just a little bit of stuff to do here. Let's deconstruct those pipes. Let's deconstruct this. We will deconstruct the pedestal because that's not going to go there. Because now everything is just kind of in my way. And I think we're going to make some major adjustments here. One of which is we're going to put that there. And I didn't deconstruct these? Okay, good. So, here's what I'm thinking. Simplify. We're gonna swap this around, right? We're gonna put the gas on this side. We're gonna run this down here. Jesus, that's a little loud. Hopefully that didn't blow out everybody else's ears like it did mine there. So we're gonna put a vacuum seal here to run power, I think. Do we need to run heavy watt? Dope, my ears are safe. Go do your thing. So let me think here. We need to power the gas pump. So it's either run heavy watt, allowing us to get power up and down, or it's put a transformer in. I think either way we kill space, right? So I think we just lean over onto heavy watt. I know stuff is limited on here, but running heavier wires means that we're kind of more future-proof. Other thing, I want to double check our crops. This is as much as this is going to get in here, right? And how is this thing doing? 68. Do we have auto harvest on that? No, I turned that off. I wanted that to grow a little bit. We're going to cancel that bit out. Right? So we need to be able to... If we're going to ranch the pips, we need to be able to feed the pips, right? Now, you're still wild. I don't know why I didn't think of this. Let's disable this building. Let's disable that building, right? Then he'll stay wild when we move him. We can put him up here, have him start planting trees right to left. That works. And this can get pulled. Okay. Okay, and I saw a short about a really badass, super small water purification system. So if we can get our hands on a little bit of chlorine, I think we can put in a water purification system that's really going to help us. Now our oxygen generation seems to be good. I remember our hydrogen was positive numbers. We've got our material study terminal up here. So really all we need to do is get ourselves to the point where we can actually make use of all of this. Which means power. It's funny because both RimWorld and Oxygen Not Included require me to get my power going to really make progress on the base. So... let's get some of this stuff deconstructed, and then somehow we're going to have to do some things. I might just start breaking things over here and not worry about the liquid lock at the moment. We've got time on this, right? 47 cycles. So let's mop this up, because we need to be able to build stuff, and we're going to vacuum this spot out anyway. We'll liquid lock at the end. We'll get that sorted. Okay. And then I remember talking about how basically a lot of our life here on this planet is and our progress is going to be determined by how quick we can mutate our Drekos. We've got 4 of 7 critters in there. And we've got eggs. So it doesn't count the eggs on that. And you guys are tame and happy. So we've got 4 full growns and 2, 3. Is there an egg over here? 4 of those. So they're actually happy with 8 people in there. We gotta get to the point where we could get some automation going as well, but we're not quite there yet. And I'm sure everybody remembers. We've got a lot of work cut out for us here. And I forget how we figured out we're going to be doing some stuff over here. These pufflets, I'm probably going to keep them in there because they're producing slime. 597.6 kilos. We're going to have to turn slime into algae for our rocket program for a while until we can get a few other things sorted. What am I making over here? Some steel. I don't remember why I'm making steel. I know we need it for something, but can't remember what. So 1,100. I know we need bunker doors. God, uranium. We're gonna have to get up to the top soon enough. We're gonna. Again, everything really depends on how fast we can get glossy Drekos. If we can get glossy Drekos, I'd be absolutely friggin' ecstatic. Now, as far as reed fiber goes, we've got the regular Drekos getting at it. Fried mushrooms. Oh, let's get rid of that automation wire as well. Yeah, because no matter what we're going to do, we need to get power left and right over here. I mean, up and down. So I really should just... Let's not get hasty now there. We're working over here, so we'll make a ladder over here. Now, I have to decide. That can all get canceled. We can't put any more stuff over there anyway, so... this is eventually got to go, all this mushroom stuff. We're going to try and get all of these dupes switched over to barbecue. Because we kind of need to. You know what? Let's make sure to put that on building so I don't actually accidentally fuck something up. So, let's talk turkey. I know I say that a lot. That's become my new favorite phrase. Heavy watt. Doesn't matter what we make it out of. We're gonna put that there. We're gonna rotate and put one there, and then I think we're gonna put one there. Now, here's the cool part with that. No cool part. I was gonna say we could stick a mini pump right here. I mean, if we want to squeeze every last ounce of space out of here, we could actually put that there, right? Because then we put insulation here, here, and here, and that does the trick. That was our little storage bullshit over there. I mean, not that we can actually put anything there, but I mean, we could put the ass end of a small gas pump there if absolutely necessary. Okay. Let's get that stuff broken out. Automation, Atmos sensor, doesn't matter what we make it out of, we're going to put that there. Now, our little cooling system seems to be doing its job where it needs to be doing its job. I did put in these radiant pipes to try and help chill that out. How hot are we up here? 29.8. That's like right where we need to be, right? This thing can go up to 30. That's fine. We're not pulling as much heat. We have our sensor on 20. We have our sensor on 30. So if stuff starts coming in above 30, we get it cooled down. So that's good. That's very, very good. Put that there, and everything still gets built. Anyway, how the heck is everybody today? I appreciate everybody coming in today, hanging out, you know, being here for everything. We're gonna do our very best here to make use of space and get things done. What does that mean? I don't know. I don't know what it means. I just need to... I know this needs to happen. We need to get power back and forth. Because some stuff up here is going to need power, and stuff down here is going to need power. One side is going to produce power, the other side is going to consume power. I'm pretty sure... You know what? I might bring up that short and show you guys what I'm talking about. And refresh myself on some sizing things. We're going to make this out of steel so that we don't have too much of a problem. We need an automation wire. Doesn't matter what it's made out of. We were processing some copper for just that reason. I think we're processing stuff like in drips and drabs, a little bit at a time. That can stay there for now. Now, if I remember correctly, I don't want to remember correctly. I want to check out that short and see what's good. So let me pause that. Let me bring up this this thing. I don't remember who this is, but I have their YouTube here, so should say. So we'll give credit where credit is due on stuff like this. So let's bring up this video, and I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. Did you not? Okay, maybe I did something wrong. Is that supposed to be a slash there? Did I damn it. I copied the address. No! Maybe, I think I might have, like, accidentally... Maybe that's it? No. Well... Let's see if we can find what I was looking for. YouTube water decontamination. Let me see. Oh, oxygen not included. I forgot the Ani part. This is what I was looking at. But it was a quick short. It was something like this, but not 29 minutes long. Somebody did a short, basically, on the process. This was it, I think. 57. So let's take a quick look at this. All right, let's look at the. Is there a way to scrub through these videos? Of course, there's not. So if I go down and then come back up and then pause, so we're looking at a 4x4 space, details of which are not necessarily important, right? Okay, that's what I needed. 4x4 space. So that's a 4x4 space. And I'm sure principle-wise we could knock something else out with it. So, like... Problem is, no, water purification is going to have to go on this side. So let's not think about putting it on this side. What we need over here is gas sorting. We're going to have CO2, polluted oxygen, and natural gas that we gotta sort. The polluted oxygen thing is a curious prospect over here, right? We have 6 vols in here, right? Good. Because we've got a way to purify oxygen over here. And I remember we figured out some way to do the gas sorting and the automation. I'm not going to worry about that right now because, like I said, a lot of stuff in here is an eventuality, right? God, look at them go. Even on a 1x speed, these guys are freaking zippy. I love it. Absolutely love it. You know what? I don't know why I'm keeping these natural tiles. That's ore we can be putting to good use, so let's do that as well. And I think we moved the pip. Are these buildings disabled? No, you're not disabled. Somebody disable that building. Alright, printables. Let's check it out. We have a mouth breather, no. Building impaired, no. Noodle arms, no. So somebody gets a new suit. Cubist knit suit. Let's get that in here. You know what? I don't even know. Everybody's such a good one. Let's give it to Julie. Julie's wearing a lot of hats in this colony. I mean, she's only wearing one hat technically, but, you know. We need to adjust our situation here. Now, I was really hoping that this natural gas might provide us with some situation. You know what? It's going to be harder to vacuum it with that there, but we're going to leave it there. I'm not going to stop them. Kilos per tile on hydrogen over here. We might, and I really say might, we might be able to pull some hydrogen out of our hydrogen generator system over here. It's iffy. It's very iffy. You see something? For power. That's where I was getting at. That's what I was getting at. We could, in theory, once we clear out some of this space, stick in another hydrogen generator on this grid and use some cheeky automation so that we can dump power to the main grid. If we have space. Like I said, I'd like to get in some sort of decontamination room. I mean, if we look at germs, there are no germs in the air. I mean, we've got a fuck ton of germs in the oxygen here, but by the time it pumps through the pumps into the base, we got germs on the vent, but as far as in the air and on the dupes, I mean, you're sick, right? You have food poisoning. Because of my asshole way of setting all of this up, most likely. So, I mean, there is that. That'll sort itself out when we fix the kitchen, which is one of the things we're trying to get to here. Please mutate, Dracos. God, please fucking mutate. Killer Jam! Coming in hot. How you doing, bud? Sorry I didn't get into a chat with you this morning. I sent you a message and then I got distracted. I was helping Linus out with some stuff, so sorry about that. Shout out to Killer Jam 25. Guys, go check out Killer. Killer just got the paperwork for his affiliate. You did it. We did it. We got him there. You did it, Killer. You streamed and you pushed it and you got there. Congratulations. So we'll be able to go see Killer be officially on the books. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying, guys. My mouth doesn't work today. Okay. So now we got that going. We're going to have to pump this space out. I'm not going to worry about that immediately. So now, more planning, right? I don't think we're going to need a whole heck of a lot as far as... Finally got it. Got 2 gifted subs, 2 subs, and 300 bits already. Phenomenal. You're kicking butt. So... B is copy on this, right? And we're going to use iron ore? Sure. Every bit hurts when I draw it. So, what are we going to do with the polluted water and polluted oxygen, right? I mean, I'm thinking maybe we don't worry too much about the PO2 because it's going to overpressure real quick and then we just have the polluted water, right? So we're going to have to get that the fuck out of this place. The natural gas one and the petroleum generators, which we did the math last time. I'm glad we did. The petroleum generators, 2 of them should be good enough. So... what if... Hear me out here. What if... instead of trying to use this as an infinite gas storage, what if we use this as an infinite liquid storage? We put just a tiny bit of gas here, like the tiniest little bit of gas here. We put a liquid vent there, and then we put a mini pump there when we get access to the mini pumps. Let's double check a few things on that. You will output 67.5 grams, and you will output 750 grams. So that's 1.5 kilos. Oh, mini pump's not going to work. But not necessarily still the worst idea. We could put the pump here, like a full-size pump here, right? A little bit of gas there. And now we've got infinite liquid storage for our pea water that's going to be coming out of here. Not a horrible idea. So that being said, that cuts this down to a little bit smaller of a space. So let's say, all right, let's draw some stuff, right? I'm thinking maybe, just maybe, that's one of our gas storages. That's another of our gas storages, right? That's our CO2 and our... Oh, that's right. We do kind of have to worry about the polluted oxygen. We do, because the polluted oxygen is going to be mixed in theory, with the CO2. So we will have to at least pump it out. So my thought process here, let me let you guys in on my thought process, right? Again, we lose a space, but we'll probably stick something in with this guy here. Let's assume, what do we got? We got 3 tiles, which is enough for a piece of the gas sorting, right? Or liquid sorting, or whatever we need to put here, that's enough. Hi, Laz, how you doing? So we put a vent there. We put a vent here. We got our little bit of liquid at the bottom, right? Bada friggin' bing, bada friggin' boom. So we push our gases into there. That gives us a 3 tile here, 4 tile here. So probably natural gas on this side because it's got a pump over this way. And then gas pump. This will probably be our CO2. That all being said, we can't really put any of the power up here. Power's going to have to go down here. So we're talking... There is our petrol generators, in theory. In theory. We've got that one little space up there where the wire comes down. That's interesting. I'd also like to get, obviously, a smart battery over here. Yeah, so am I. So happy and so proud. Like, I'm really glad he was able to get that. And then the natural gas, that's another 4 tall, right? No, it's a 3 tall. Okay, and the petroleums are 4 tall, right? Excellent. Okay, so then we have a floor here. 1, 2, 3. Ugh, this is already going to cut into our mushroom farm, which I'm not happy about. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. We're gradually getting switched over to barbecue, right? Now, the natural gas generator is an easy one. It pumps out CO2, no problem, right? Like, it pumps straight out. The issue comes into play with our petroleum generators. Right, so our petroleum generators are just going to dump carbon dioxide into the air, and they're going to drop polluted water down. We could try to make sure the system stays overpressured, but it just seems more reasonable to somehow sort the gases. The problem is we're processing our polluted oxygen into regular oxygen over here, right? The other problem is we don't have a system in place to dump that oxygen here. I'm not overly worried about it because it won't be a lot of oxygen. So what we'll probably do is use bridges for priority. Like we'll have the mini pump over here pumping oxygen out, and we'll have that on this line, and then we'll bridge onto it with the main oxygen line. That way it's always pumping the oxygen out, you know? And using that oxygen first before it dips into this. So that'll be helpful in that regard. That way we're not, you know, taking a little bit of pressure off of that. Not much, but every little bit counts when your base is freaking this small. And all that being said, I don't want to set up a second filtration system over here for the for any of it. I don't want to have a filtration system on both sides, but we might be pushed into having to do that. Right? Do we have to have a polluted oxygen and polluted water filtration system over here? I really don't want to double up on those systems. Man, this is a lot easier to do when you're doing it every day. We've been playing a lot of other games. We've been playing Nightingale. We've been playing RimWorld. We did Myst and Riven, the sequel to Myst. And we did Portal not too long ago, as well as Portal 2. We've got a bunch of stuff on the list of stuff we're going to be doing here, so we're not playing Ani every single day like I was at one point. So pardon my nonsensical ramblings over here. We can delete that. We just gotta noodle around with the space a little bit, right? Let's say that went there. What? Okay, so in theory, we could fit the natural gas and a battery there, I think. Right? We could fit the natural gas and a battery. The issue with that is if we're storing the natural gas up here, I like the idea of the natural gas up here. But putting the natural gas up here means what the fuck do we do with the polluted water? You know, and then it's got to combine. So I think in reality, we're going to wind up with the natural gas down here. With the battery here-ish. I mean, that would leave us these two tiles and this tile. If we delete that, we could, in theory, I think, do gas sorting there. Like, we could put a sensor here and then a shutoff here if we place it the right direction. Do we have a shutoff? All right, I need to bring up this grid. So we can't put it there. It would have to... What is the rotate button on this one? It would have to be this way. Which puts the output on the bottom. That doesn't work. Unless we do some weird routing. No, it's not going to work. Okay, so we can't do that there. I hate wasting space. Anyway, thank you guys all for hanging out and for supporting me and the community. It's been wonderful. Nightbot just put up the YouTube and the Discord links right before Laz said hi. So if you guys want to come and join Discord and hang out with us, support the community, be a part of everything. We've got a Minecraft SMP. We share our ideas and game tips and, you know, our pictures of our builds, all that good stuff. All right, let's start planning out a few things. So much of this game is planning. So these would go here, right? With a battery here. That feels pretty good, right? It just leaves us an extra couple of tiles. We could put something... We could put the tiles... We could fill this and put the battery here, giving us 2 tiles here. But I don't know what to do with those 2 tiles, realistically. Like... That's not a lot of space to do anything with. Could we build a pressure... Like, could we put an Atmos sensor here? No, we can't even put an Atmos sensor there. Okay, so that doesn't work. We could, in theory, put a mini pump there, but it's not going to be able to handle the heat. Well, I mean, I think we could get it to handle the heat, but it's definitely not going to be able to handle the volume of gases we need it to handle, unless we shift things around just a little bit. Like, no, the battery's got to go close. We could put these up here, but that only leaves the 1 space instead of the extra spaces. We could move this over, which could actually be a good thing. Okay, let's say we did put that over there, and we put the battery on this side over here, right? We could... If it's right on the floor, it would be here. And we could get ourselves just a little bit of space. We could actually put it here. We build this tile here and that tile there. That gives us 2 tiles there. No, we build it here on the floor with that thing. We can have a sensor there, a shut-off here. Or... Huh. Gotta love Ani. So that's 3 tiles. Like, we could put the insulation here and here for this. So that gives us these 2 tiles over here, right? A 3rd tile gives us either gas or liquid sorting. Hi there, how many petroleum gens do you need? 2 petroleum generators. We did the math last time. We figured out that's the most we're probably going to be running because we're not going to be doing a petroleum boiler. So if we take the output of a single refinery, that will power 2 petroleum generators. It's just a space thing. It's like, you know, Julie, you know. My main thing right now... Oh, sounds good, Barb. Sweet. My main thing right now is trying to decide what I want to do with the polluted water and the polluted oxygen we're going to have to deal with. The CO2 and the natural gas, if that was all we had to deal with, done and dusted. This thing would just build itself. But we can't have the polluted oxygen overpressuring the system. We can't have it mixing in with other stuff. Minimum numbers only, exactly. And we're processing polluted oxygen over here, right? I mean, in theory, we could just stuff it into an infinite storage and be like, fuck it. I actually think this will work as an infinite storage up in here for the water. In theory, because, you know, we could put a piece of gas here, and then we could put a pump here with tiles in here. The oil is going to be coming from down here eventually. We got to get into our magma biome first, but since we got to close this in the same way we closed this in over here, we're trying to get a system in place. I decided that I'm going to run the power past this thing using an airlock on... We're going to vacuum this out on this side so that we can get power up and down to our pumps up here and other things that we need up here. We may put a liquid reservoir somewhere as a buffer for the petroleum. So we could, in theory, put that up here-ish if we need to. There's just so many bits and pieces that we got to fit in here. Or we could put it lower. We're going to be putting the power stuff down here. We just kind of have to. So what I figured out is we can use this space for a smart battery and a natural gas generator. This is obviously then got to be a floor. Then for the petroleum generators, they go there. Reasonably easy. Then we have like a little tank underneath somewhere, either on this side or this side, for the polluted water to roll off into a pump, right? The problem is, what do we do with the P water and the PO2, right? Like, this is going to be a rocket silo, right? So I guess eventually we could push it down here because we need 35 tiles for the rocket. We're going to have blast doors here and airlocks here. So we can because the blast doors close too slowly, so we're going to have 2 rows there. So then we need 35 tiles plus 2 for the rocket platform. So that goes down all the way to here, which means we're going to have this walled in over to here. We can kind of squeeze some stuff past the bottom of it or run it through the insulated tile at the bottom here. You know, and for now we can run it over however we run it over. I mean, we're not going to get into rockets anytime super soon because we need this power so that we can run our radiation research, and then we need to launch a rocket to start doing data research, which we don't have plastic yet because the Drecos haven't mutated. You know, it's a whole thing. But we need power. Is basically where we're at. We can't really expand much of anything until we have power. So we're working on this side so we can at least get some power out of this natural gas when it spins up in 45 cycles. So that's been the thing we've been working on the last stream and this stream. We did get a bunch done last stream. I'm pretty sure last stream is when we finished this thing and got the Dreco farm up and started getting a few other things in place. I don't actually remember. So I'm planning... right now the plan is to put these as our infinite storages. Natural gas is just going to pump straight into the natural gas. We could put CO2 in here. It doesn't, you know, neither one matter. I don't even know what I'm going to do with the CO2. Like I said earlier, I'm just a hoarder. We could dump it into space and say, fuck it, but we might want it for a couple of slicksters, or we might want to do a CO2 rocket at one point, or whatever else we might want to do with the CO2. I don't want to waste any resources, even if it's carbon dioxide. So... that's the thing. By the way, we got you a knit sweater. Your dupe got the first piece of clothing. So do we want to pump the polluted water and the polluted oxygen all the way over to the other side of the map? That becomes the question. Or do we want to dump it into space? Or do we want to do any number of other things with it? I don't want to waste it, is the thing. And then the other option is to make a secondary filtration system over here. But I don't want to do that because it's a waste of power, waste of space. And I'm starting to get to the point where I'm like, we might have to actually run it all over there. We could, in theory, use infinite storage. I'm just not sure. I got no ideas at the moment. And okay, so we gotta solve this, Nether. Get your head out of your ass. I'm gonna have some liquid. Small pump won't do the trick. Okay, so we got to get a gas pump in as well. Okay, let's cancel this and just know that's what's going to be up there. We're going to put this here and that there. For now, because we're going to have to vacuum that whole thing out, so we might as well start getting ourselves prepared. We can actually build a airlock somewhere. So the polluted water is going to be here. Okay, so battery, natural gas, floor, 1, 2, 3, and then floor. And then, so on this level, basically on the mushroom level, we could have a liquid pump, wall, and then a gas pump, I guess? I hate to have the gas pump that low, but it's possible. That would pump our gases. I mean, I guess if the gas pump is down here and the liquid pump is down here, that means we can actually... Yeah, I mean, that puts it pretty close to the bottom of the map. We could just pump it over here. And I think that's what we're going to wind up doing. Because, like I said, I'm a whore for not wasting anything. I'm sure we're going to find a problem with my plan, but for now, let's deconstruct that. Then it's a decision of water on the right or left. Actually, it probably doesn't matter, right? Because at the end of the day, it's probably going to drip where we don't want it to drip anyway. Yeah, we'll have to figure out what we're doing with the top up here at some point. That's going to be a whole interesting thing. Is this disabled? Anybody going to disable this? Oh, the blueprint tab is for, like, the aesthetic of it. Building depreciated. Filters not designated. Zed, what's up? What's up? Let's do a shout out for Zed over here. We met Zed because of Ani. So, 50. Oh, somebody else did the shout out already. Excellent. Whoever did the shout out, thank you, Barb. We're working MINIBASE problems over here. What are you doing, idle? You know what? I'm gonna deconstruct this son of a bitch because I can't tell if it's disabled or not. So we're gonna just deconstruct it. Then we're gonna figure out some other things here. Battery on the left or right? Battery on the left or right? Battery on the left or right? I think on the... I think battery on the left, maybe? Alright. So... natural gas out of gold amalgam... either here or here. All right, sounds great. Love you too. Have fun. Be safe. All that wonderful, wonderful stuff. Stretch. Thank you. Good idea. I feel like the first hour of every stream is planning. Oh, I like to know what I'm doing. Okay, and hydrate. Okay. Yeah, if CO2 is going to go on that side, it makes sense to have this on the right. So you have a Mountain Dew green, a Zelda green, and a Ninja Turtles green. Mountain Dew, Zelda. The Ninja Turtles is not actually the Ninja Turtles. It's a band called Psycho Stick. It's the Ninja Turtles, but done in their style. So it's like they're like the Ninja Turtles if they were the members of Psycho Stick. It's a cool T-shirt. I like it a lot. Man, so that wastes that space. That wastes that space. Can I fucking deal with that in my brain? I feel like I have to, and I hate it. I absolutely fucking hate it. Algae green, maybe with a hint of slime. Absolutely. I don't want to make it out of steel. Do we put it there or there? I think putting it right there gives us more options with the space above it. But even so, we're probably going to have to put an Atmos sensor automation system in here because we don't want the pressure to get too low because then we won't have a medium to transfer temperature, and our stuff's going to start overheating because it's in a vacuum. Okay, fair enough. And we need a full-size pump, which is going to go at the bottom. Oh, God. Somebody shoot me. Why did I decide to do this? Why am I playing a MINIBASE playthrough? That being said, we need some copper. Well, we don't really have copper, do we? We have 35 kilos of... No, we have 675 kilos of copper ore. I mean, at this point, let's just make all of that into copper. I don't care right now. Planning sucks. Okay, let's do a little ventilation planning. This is on this side, so we can go straight up to a vent, right? And there's going to be a pump right here. So that can come over here. And run there. And that can come up to here. Right? That's the game we're trying to play, in theory. Gotta pull the trigger somewhere or another. Can't put these in just yet. Totally see myself there. Endless planning to optimize my tiny space. Yeah. It might have been a horrible, horrible mistake to do this. So, you know, we'll see what happens. Wait, that can't just go there. That's got to go here as well, if this is the infinite storage, because we're going to get a gas range in there. So cancel that. They can't build this because it's not a thing yet. That gets that out. If we want the CO2 to come out, we're going to at least need that. And that doesn't leave us room for Atmos sensors in either of those infinite storages. Ugh, okay. I know how to fix that. Give me a second. I know that sounds insane. That puts an Atmos sensor here and here. This doesn't work. We would have to put that there and there, right? Pump, Atmos sensor, liquid on the bottom. Yes. So we'll do that. Never said I was good at this game. Except that is not going to be that. That is actually going to be a heavy watt joint plate. Can't put that there. So that would be there. Okay. So we can build that tile. I don't know what we're going to do with this space, and I'm not worried about it at the moment. I'm sure we'll figure something out to put there. Right now, I want to get the parts built that I understand that we need. We got fried mushrooms. It's a wonderful, wonderful day. Okay, we can move the pip now. We need your work other places, sir. J-Bomb, what's going on? We'll do a shout out for J-Bomb as well. Sorry about that, J-Bomb. I'm in Ani logistical, I don't want to say hell because I enjoy this nonsense. But guys, go check out J-Bomb, part of our wonderful community. Good guy. Streams, does Minecraft, Sea of Thieves, all that stuff. Sweetle tending, good. So we're going to get the pip to start planting the arbor trees, because at least I know how to do that. And I know this is going to be here for now. We may eventually switch off of pips. It depends on how many voles we get. But the pips are going to keep us in dirt and barbecue if we do it right. If we can... there's a lot of things we could do. Okay, so... Unfortunately, if we want to use the space where the mushrooms are, we have to lose the mushrooms. So I think we're basically just going to be building a whole fuck ton of shit, basically. Right? Every system is dependent on every other system, so we're going to have to do this the right way, and we're going to have to shift a few things around. I'm going to just beard stroke and watch them work while I think about it. Originally, we were going to put our thermoregulator in here. That's why we ran that cooling loop. But we were also going to do infinite gas storage over here for our natural gas. And that's going to be over here now. So... we can use this space a little bit. Thermoregulator's 2 tiles, right? And we're gonna have our food here, because that's how we planned it. And we're gonna have our finished food here. This is gonna be a steam turbine, and this is gonna be a steam chamber cut off right there. So we could have our thermoregulator set up here. No. We could have it over here, but it kind of might waste a little space. You guys know how I feel about wasting space. I'd like to somehow combine it with the voles. Okay, what I'd like to do, since we're going to have a drop-off for stuff... I'd like to have the voles close enough to the situation that we can have a sweeper pull the eggshells and the meat out of there and drop all of that directly onto a conveyor loader when we have the ability to use that conveyor loader, and then have that drop into the ingredients. So we could, in theory, quite possibly shove these guys in over here with the thermal regulator. We need 1, 2, 3, 4 tiles of space. 1, 2, 3, 4 tiles of space. I don't think they need 2 full spaces. I think they can just get crammed into a single space, right? Like, what if we crammed them into a single space? Just right here. 3x3 tile. Probably wouldn't be the easiest thing to do. But we could put a chute in there to get new eggs in, if we get new eggs printed, right? Then we could put the thermal... this would be here, so that wouldn't fit the thermal regulator. Let's finish working on this system. Well, not finish working on this system over here. Let's get this system... going reasonably well. Where's the power input for these? On the other side. So this actually... this would have to be where we put the, this guy. So if we put it here, we can't put the Atmos sensor there. So we put that up there. Ooh, hang on. It will have to go here. It can't go up in either of these places, otherwise it'll interrupt the Atmos sensor. so we can put that back. I'm trying to keep our areas in here swept up nicely. Can I build... Yes, that can sit there. So that can go there. That can go there. Doesn't matter what they're made out of. We just need them to have liquid. Okay, I'm getting in the swing of things here. I got this. I got this. We just have to remember it's Ani and nothing is going to be perfect, right? We'll build what we understand how to build. How did they get there? You're wild. Probably printed eggs. Guess what? You're gonna be dinner, because I don't want you eating resources. And there is a hatch in here. You are also gonna be dinner. Barbecue is on the menu in Dupeland. One wasted tile here. Every tile I waste is going to drive me absolutely fucking bonkers. But first time on a mini-map. So let's just be realistic here. Once Julie finishes this lice loaf, I'm going to tell her to stop. Because we've got other calories that we can use. Yeah, that's unreachable for now, but we'll deal with that in a second. There's a lot more to build. How much crude do we have on the map? I know we got some from the not curd. Curd and crude are very different things. We've got 1 ton of crude. I'm gonna use crude because water is a risk. And we need a liquid lock in here. So we're going to put that there and that there. And we're going to move this here. We're going to make that a high priority command. We're going to make this. These are going to be top tier commands. Oh no, that has to be one of these bad boys. That's top tier build command. Okay. Get that stuff built, guys. All right. All right, I feel like we're getting into the swing of things. I can't wait to get the kitchen sorted in a way where we're not getting food poisoning all the time, but we did our best to deal with stopgap measures, but yeah, we're pulling a little too much heat. We're transferring it over to this system, but also that thing is right next to this place, and these are not insulated tiles. So my whole plan... we plan and Randy laughs. I should have had this further over here. It's heating up the water that I'm trying to cool down. This is going to be an infinite heat loop over here. If everything's an emergency, nothing is an emergency. Alright, you're just idle to be an asshole. I got it. Alright, 3 cycles already. Ooh. Another poke shell. I don't know how we say no to that. The Arbor Acorn is tempting, but the pips will get that going quick enough. We have a way to make Arbor Acorns. We do not have a way to generate additional poke shells. So, poke shell, welcome in. We're going to move you over with your friend. Which means I have to unlock this door temporarily. That's nice. And I forgot that we were manually moving dirt, or polluted dirt, as it were. And sand, we need a little bit more sand. So let's get a ton of sand crushed up. These systems seem to be in place. No, I meant to move you here. Not up there. Let's put that on an 8. Now we deconstruct the pedestal. Deconstruct the pedestal. Right. Atmos sensor here, Atmos sensor here. Automation wire. Here and here. Wasting space on a mini-map. See, I like this because it crams in every single fucking tile. Well, I guess, like, theoretically we're not using these 2 tiles. Alright, alright, I'm not going to get too out of sorts here. we're not really going to be able to put anything in here because we have to run this pipe through here, right? So we can't do any gas sorting here. This is going to be an awkward space. I'm not sure what we're going to put here. Probably an Atmos sensor. Maybe a switch just so we have manual control of some things over here. That being said, since we can't use that space, I'm thinking airflow tiles here and here. Do we need them to be airflow tiles? I don't think we even need them to be airflow tiles. Yes, we're going to put these as airflow tiles. Do we have enough for one of these guys? Make this guy out of copper. Heavy watt wire. Is going to go like that. Carbon dioxide exists there and has nowhere to go. So let's just deconstruct that tile. That might give it a little bit of space to spread out. Because how much liquid is here? 625 grams. That's great. Is that enough to spread? It might not be. We might have to do another dose. I think we do. Fair enough, game. Fair enough. Can't put it there. If we cancel that, I think we can put it in, so that's fine. I want to put it over here. Damn it. Okay, so we'll deconstruct that again. Deconstructing, reconstructing, deconstructing, reconstructing. Guys, I'm sorry to run you in circles here. That side is good. In theory. Just got to keep an eye on the calories. We've got fried mushrooms and barbecue, 10K. Lice loaf at 25. We're trying to keep things from spoiling manually until we can get a deep freeze. I love deep freezes. It's one of the things I rush to in most playthroughs. The problem with that is... at the moment, we don't have the power to do it. We don't have the power. These coal generators are handling our power, and the only place we're getting coal from is these guys, which is a problem, because they're eating our eggs. And I don't know how to deal with that, honestly. It's just one of those things, right? I mean, I know how to deal with it. We get off of coal power, but at the moment, that's difficult. Who's in combat? Oh, you're going to kill the thing that was buried. That's fine. You have nothing else to do. Let's move this thing. That's good stuff right there. That's good stuff. Now, are they going to actually plant that arbor acorn? I don't know. They might not. because of the mushrooms down here. But the mushrooms down there are going to get decommissioned soon enough anyway, so whatever. You are supposed to be... Yeah, that's a good spot for you. Oh, Laz. Hey, Sweetney. Lazardutin, stretch, posture check. I'm waiting for the third one before I start the cycle here. Hydrate. There it is. There it is. The trifecta. Okay, we got this. Ah. Only took an hour and a half for me to understand what we were even doing, but there it is. You know what? Since you're fossil, so planted there, we could kind of use to get that and that out of there. So we're going to be planting... Oh, no. I don't remember the spacing, so we're not going to fuck with it for a second. Whatever we can get out of there, we got to get out of there. The only problem is there are certain things pips can't actually plant in, so... Cooked seafood, excellent. One of these guys cycled. Jack, I will take planning tips. How are you? Welcome in, first time chatter. No matter how many hours you have in this game, you can always use more tips to learn things. I would say a good tip is to not take 2 weeks off from the game. Plant from upright going left and then work down. Yeah, absolutely. I know that one. That's why we're starting on the right over here. But I didn't even know I was going to put this pip branch here until long after we had the mushrooms down over here. The mushrooms are a temporary stopgap, just to help augment our food so we don't lean too hard on our dirt. Because, you know, limited resources and everything. But yeah, I do know that one. It's just a matter of, like, I'm frantically putting together stuff. The permanent structures so far are the oxygen generator over here. We'll be finishing a filtration system down in here once we get some plastic. And then we'll be buttoning this up so we can actually make this a rocket chamber eventually. Right now we're using this as temporary space, and we'll be building our first rocket over here, which is why this is a lot cleaner. The big deal at the moment is the fact that we don't have enough power to do much of anything. So that's why we've been designing this over here, because we've got natural gas that's going to come online in 43 cycles. So I figure if we can get the natural gas in here to help us, excuse me, we could still use a little bit of our coal, but I want to get off of hatches ASAP. They're eating resources that we need to be building with. So that's the thing. How are you doing today? And I'm not even sure this pip ranch is going to stay here long term. We've got other sources of meat kind of coming in at the moment. If we can get some automation on the Drecos at one point, and we can get a couple of more printings of shove voles, I think we might be in a condition where we could not use the pips, but just in case, I've got them over here. There's a good pattern for trees. Do sage hatches ever make sense? You know, I was thinking about that, Julie. I was thinking about going sage, because we could feed them the polluted dirt and then get coal. So that is a possibility. Right now I'm feeding the polluted dirt to the poke shells, though, because sand is a problem on the map. But we will switch to regolith as soon as we can deal with the heat from the regolith somehow. Basically, the vast majority of things in this base hinges on the timing of the RNG for the mutation of the Drecos. If we can get a couple of glossies, we can start getting a lot of options. We can build a little like cooling chamber. To cool all the stuff from space. We could, you know, put in mini pumps. We could do any number of things once we get access to plastic. So power and plastic, double P is what we got to do. And throw in some polluted water so we can triple P, and we're talking business. Right now we actually we're We're feeding stuff to the hatches for coal, and we're crushing rock for sand. On my latest map, I got a glossy egg on cycle 34, but not on this map. Yeah, we're up to cycle 95. This is day 5 of streaming this world. I'm pretty happy with it, but, you know, all the things that we got to deal with. So, speaking of dealing with the mushrooms, right? That MG, though, I think I try to get the natural gas upright, then a water filtration, then air. Oh, we've got air. This is a SPOM. This can handle up to 16. It's self-powered with hydrogen, and we're filtering water. We've got a bunch of water in here as backup for our SPOM. So we're doing fine on water and air at the moment. So power and plastic are next up. What's MG mean, Julie? I probably should know the abbreviation at this point, but... Yeah, I mean, if I was to start over, I would definitely do it way different, Jack. This is my first MINIBASE playthrough. We're basically planning on doing this until... God, I don't even know. What I said in the beginning is, even on some of my long, large map... Oh, RNG. Oh, that's an R, not an M. Okay. Even on some of my longest playthroughs, I've never gotten space materials. I've gotten by without them for so long. So one of the goals here is to get space materials. At one point or another, we're going to have to decide on what the end goal of the playthrough is going to be. We also do, like, community seeds. So often when we do the community seed, I have a goal. I did a Frozen Forest max difficulty, no teleporters playthrough. And in under a month... we got, well, just shy of a month, streaming 2 to 3 times a week, we got Home Sweet Home. That was the goal. Hit Home Sweet Home in under a month on Frozen Forest, max difficulty, no teleporters. Squeaked it out just barely. Reorganized my schedule just a touch. Why did I build that there? Because there's not much else to do with the space here. But I mean, that puts 2 spaces here that are not going to be useful either. Is it better to... Well, these will be Atmos sensors. Maybe. You know what? You know what? I've already changed my mind. No, wait. Let me think. Let me think here for a second. I don't want the pea water to completely... Alright, let's draw the petroleum generators that we're going to eventually need here. Just so we have an idea how that's gonna go. Petroleum generators are gonna go there, right? That is the plan anyway. I just hope the geyser doesn't cause a meltdown. Which geyser? The natural gas geyser? Nah, it'll be fine. This is made out of steel, gold amalgam. This will be gold amalgam over here. I've done natural gas geysers a million times. Not a million times, but enough times that I'm fully confident in it. Our big thing is trying to decide what we're going to do with the polluted oxygen and polluted water, and since our processing plant for all of that is over here, we're probably going to have to pump it across the map. 17 cycles on this guy. Other big problem is we don't have heat deletion until we have plastic, so we're actually dumping our heat into here because this thing puts out 30-degree water. And, okay, that's actually doing quite well. What's our temperature on our water? 29.4, and it's coming around to here at 28.8. That's good. That'll do. So, like, right now, this is our cooling loop to keep our plants cool. And we don't have heat deletion other than the fact that this thing is going to be dumping out fresh 30-degree water while this is pumping clean water into here. It's a thing. It's a whole system thing. So I can't move this up because it would interfere with that there. I could move this down. So here's my thought process with putting these here, right? This thing is going to dump pea water onto the floor. These are going to dump pea water onto the floor. We want that to go down to a collection area down here, right? I don't want to... I put this up one, both because we can't really use the space here, so I'm minimizing it, but also because if we make this floor flat, the pea water is going to stop all of the CO2 from these guys from flowing anywhere. If we leave that there, it creates a little lip so all the CO2 can come up and we can, you know, keep this place reasonably pressurized. The problem becomes that we need to pump gas, and it's going to be too hot in here to run the small pumps. If we put the pumps down here, though, we run into the same problem. This thing is going to be dumping pea water. So the gas won't actually get to where it needs to go. Okay. Okay, dealing with problems on a mini-map. Our other option would be to drop these down a little bit, giving us a line of space underneath the floor right here. What if we just drop this one down? That'll give us enough space for a gas pump right here. How much CO2 do these guys put out? Because there's like some places we can get away with mini pumps, but the thing about them is their overheat temperature sucks. 500 grams, so could get away with it, but not really. If you want to talk meltdowns, if I get really into it, I might use our uranium coming from space to build a mini nuclear reactor, but we'll see about that. Probably not. So I think this will have to drop down. At least one of them, right? So that'll wind up being like that. That'll put a gas pump here. And give us a space here for something. I don't know what. I don't like wasting space. I really don't like waste. So gas pump where the battery is and have the battery under the mushrooms. Oh, the mushrooms are going to go. We're not going to put in these guys yet. We're going to put a temporary solution for the pea water over here. And then these are going to go in eventually. Our crude is down here. But I'm trying to plan ahead, right? Like, so we could put mesh tiles here and a liquid pump right down here. Gas pump could go here. I'm just like, that means we've got a space here, and we've got these two spaces here. God, if I could use my mouse, 2 spaces here, which is frustrating. Unless, like, what are you saying? We drop this down here, put the gas pump here. I still waste this space here. Could put an Atmos sensor there, though. And that gives us the space for the gas pump here. But still, what do we do with these 2 spaces here? You know what? We could use those spaces up there to sort gas if we shift this pipe over to here. Right? But then we'd have to drop this down. That would be a problem. Okay. Battery isn't half the battery under the mushrooms. Okay, I see where you're going with this. So put the battery down here somewhere, freeing up a lot of space over here so we have room to play. All right, let's draw a few things out. So like we would need that there, you know, or not, doesn't need to be all mesh tiles, but for now let's just leave it mesh tiles, right? Let's say we do move the battery. I'm not against moving the battery. I mean, hell, we don't have a decision made for this area up here, so if we have to, we could move the battery up here. Because we're going to have to bring power up there anyway, so it's going to have to come through our gas chambers, which is fine because we've already got the heavy watt wire in place. I don't necessarily care about... We could actually make this little nook here a vacuum chamber. Bring the power up through here so we don't have heat exchange from here. I mean, that doesn't really matter. It shouldn't be too hot in there. But I mean, that means we got to run automation wires all the way down here. So... Right. This isn't going to slide if we put the mesh tiles in the right spot. It's going to drop straight down, so it won't clog the system. Right? So that's a good... That's okay. So then... Gas pump. And that gives us... theoretically two stages... Space for 2 stages of gas sorting. Do we need 2 stages of gas sorting? No, we only need 1 stage of gas sorting. We could just drop the battery down. Yeah, I think we do have to move the battery. You're right, Jack. I like where your head's at, but personally I don't think I'd worry about every tile, but maybe it's necessary. I mean, this is all the space we get. This is going to be a rocket silo, and this is going to be a rocket silo. So realistically, our entire... We've got our oxygen and water filtration over here. I'm trying to make this a power grid because our base literally only gets to be this. This is our entire base. Well, no. Sorry. Our base is this. That's all we get for our core base. We have to do all of our processing, house all of our dupes, do everything in this space. And we can't use the bottom bit until we get the ability to delete the magma. So for the longest time, this is going to be our space to run everything. We're going to get some geothermal going, which is probably what's going to go in right over here temporarily or right down here temporarily, because we got to bleed the heat out of here. We might as well turn it into power. Once the heat's bled out of here enough and we can't actually do anything with it, then we'll get down here, crack open this oil reservoir and start switching over to that, which is why I'm not worried about getting the petroleum generators in now, because we can't use them until we get this going, and we can't use that until we start deleting the magma heat, which all relies on the RNG of our goddamn Dracos. But yeah, I mean, I am wasting a space right here, so that's going to be a thing, because you need 2 tiles, you don't need 3, but I'm willing to waste that space for the sake of gas storage. And like I said, I don't know what we're going to be doing up here, but we'll figure that out shortly. I do think you're right about moving the battery, though, because if we put the gas pump right here, right, that gives us more space here. We've got 4, 5, 6, which is enough. We could put a gas sorting system here and then one on this L bracket, but we don't need... We're only going to be dealing with polluted oxygen and CO2. So we shouldn't need 2 gas valve things. Plus, I don't think we have the pipe space for it. So then what do we do with those other 3 spaces? Is there anything we need to do with those other 3 spaces? The other option is to swap the petroleum and the gas location. I mean, I could redo that. So if we put the petroleum up here, that would drop that floor down. But that would still just mean this is a 2 gap. Let's look through our menu. Maybe there's something I'm forgetting. Like, we're going to need a few things. I mean, if we have to waste a tile or 2, we have to waste a tile or 2. You know, it is what it is. You can't do everything, right? But my brain wants to. My brain wants to so freaking bad. I'm addicted to efficiency. That's why I'm playing this map. Anyway, guys, I guess it's a good time to mention all the other stuff we're doing while I'm just kind of clicking through here. We're going to be doing RimWorld tomorrow. Then we'll be doing Ani again on Friday. And then on Saturday, we're going to be doing Satisfactory. Monday will probably be Nightingale again. And, you know, rinse and repeat until we get done with some of these playthroughs. I think we leave I think we drop the battery down, right? We put 3 tiles of gas sorting and an Atmos sensor. The Atmos sensor will have to run a longer automation wire, but if we do this right, we can't, you're right, we can't put the gas pipe down here. We're going to have to move that. And if we move that, that means we don't need the floor, which means we wind up with extra tiles. Because if we try to put the gas pump under here, we're going to run into a situation where these things are blocking it with liquid, and we're not going to accomplish what we need to accomplish. Okay, so decisions made. This has got to be where our gas pump goes somehow or another. So let's get rid of that. Let's do that for a second. That might actually, no, that's got to get deleted as well. That's not going to be there. And thank you for your help, Jack. Ani is, I feel like Ani is really good as like a group project. So much of my bases throughout the, I don't want to say years because I haven't been playing this for years yet. Throughout my time playing this game, there are so many things that I wouldn't have known to do other than people being in the community, so. I mean, at this point, I might just draw pipes, because having them there is fine. We could always snip them later. Right? Better to have them and not need them than need them and not have them type of thing. now that that's gone, gas pump out of gold amalgam should do. That goes there. No, that can't go. I mean, it can go there. On this map, I think it's interesting to think about how to use all of the space, but I'm a big fan of puzzles. Yeah, me too. I mean, I don't know if I'm as big a fan of puzzles as you and Barb, but I definitely like puzzles as well. That goes there. Atmos sensor goes there. Then shut off will go there. Then gas pipe element sensor goes here. You're not made of motherfuckers. Hey, let's just default to steel as the thing we place. Jackasses. And that'll go there. Automation wire will go there and there. I am legit tempted to stick the battery up here. I mean, it's far from the situation, but does anybody remember what tile it is that the pea water comes out of on the natural gas? Is it the first tile or the second tile? I feel like that's one of those. I don't think it's the third or fourth tile, but let me know if anybody remembers. I'd prefer just to put down one mesh tile if I can get away with it, but it is what it is, whatever it is. And we are going to have to get some sort of power over here to pump stuff, to pump out the air in here before this kicks on. Under the little accordion-looking thing. Under this thing? So, third tile? Could do the third and fourth just to be sure, probably. Okay. So you just won't push the carbon dioxide out of there, huh? Usually do both. Good call. I suppose that doesn't matter once we vacuum this chamber out. Yeah, we'll just let it be then. Gas and power. I don't want to close it up completely yet. It would run from the fourth to the third if it's the fourth tile. Either way, we'll put both. We'll put two mesh tiles there just to be sure. We'll just go like boop, like that. This needs to overflow. So that causes a problem. Gotta move that. Alright, we gotta flip-flop this system a little bit. So yes, this goes here, but we're gonna put the Atmos sensor here. We're going to put the gas pipe element sensor here, and the shut-off here. You go there. Because we can't place anything on the neutronium. That's my problem at the moment. Can't jump that there, so ugh. Welcome to an obnoxious piece of automation wire. We'll put a ladder there, just temp status. Right, so then this runs into the gas pipe element sensor. Goes there. God, we don't have room for fucking anything. That might not even work. Give me a second, guys. Just give me a second. So what we want is, if it's carbon dioxide, we want it to come over here. And if it's not carbon dioxide, we want it to overflow. And leave. Okay, so hang on. So this is not going to be here. This is going to come like that. This is going to come up here. Join that. This is going to go up like that. And this is going to overflow there. And come out. That puts it into the chamber. So more reasonably, we're going to go that way and that way. Right? So then gas gets pumped out of here. That gets snipped. Gas gets pumped out of... Oh, no, that's actually in the right spot. Gas gets pumped out of here, either polluted oxygen or carbon dioxide. Goes through the sensor. If it's carbon dioxide, it turns on this thing and joins up with this pipe here and goes to our CO2 chamber, right? If it's not carbon dioxide, that means it's polluted oxygen, and it overflows, jumps here, and goes to our base. Where will the CO2 come from? The petroleum generators that are going to be down here. So this whole room is going to be full of CO2 at one point because of the petrol. Yes, it has to be a closed room because this has to be a wall straight down through here. And at that point, this has to flow. Like, has to flow. If that doesn't flow, it'll screw up this system. So, I think we have to bridge on that system, otherwise we're going to wind up mixing our gases. There shouldn't be any problem, but I would prefer a slight sputter in power. Not that I would prefer that, but like as far as what can and can't be done, I swear to God, if this defaulted to steel, I'm going to lose my shit. Because if we start getting polluted oxygen in our natural gas or our CO2, then these infinite storages become worthless because then they're pumping the wrong element into a bunch of stuff. And then we have a whole other list of problems to deal with element damage. Then we got to crack back in here. If this chamber is full of steam and the rockets are necessary to go up and down to help us with power, that becomes an issue. So I think this system is theoretically reasonable. Logic seems sound. I'm glad it seems sound to someone because I'm pretty sure I'm insane at this point. power goes to there. Gonna have to make that out of iron. That goes there. Alright. Now, that puts our liquid down here, right? See, my hesitation with putting the battery down here is this is a lot more space, right? So, like, let's say... Well, maybe not. Let's see the petrol generators are going here and here, right? Then we need a floor here. Then we need a space for the liquid. Like, we could legitimately just kind of put 2 mesh tiles over here, closed box, liquid pump here. No, probably vice versa, because we're going to pump that over. So then it's like, which space do we want to deal with? Because if we put the battery down here, I guess the battery can stay in a closed box. It doesn't need to have access to this atmosphere up here, because the battery isn't, you know, as long as there's a transfer medium of either liquid, or I can't use liquid. As long as there's a transfer medium, we can keep that at a reasonable temperature. We might have to bring some sort of cooling loop through this system. Okay, so there would be a floor here, wall here. Let's draw a temporary wall. So, wall would be here, right? There'd be a wall here, floor there. So we would wind up with a battery here. Can we do that right now? Yeah, we can get away with shaving a layer of abyssalite. So the battery would be here. Right? No, battery would be here. Yeah, wouldn't even need to shave abyssalite. Battery would be here. Wall would be here. These would be solid tiles. There won't be any steam in this pipe system that we're currently working on, no. There will be steam in this chamber, which is a whole other thing we're going to deal with. This is eventually going to be like a steam offshoot, and there's going to be a steam turbine here. And then there are going to be like 1 or 2 more steam turbines. Every base I've seen has 2 steam turbines off of each rocket tunnel. So, gonna have to link those up one way or another as well to the grid, or have separate pieces of stuff. That's a 3x2 space, which is more than we need for the pump for the liquid. Now here's a thought. What if we put a liquid reservoir down here for the petroleum? It could be submerged in the, like we put a liquid reservoir here. Battery will be here. Hang on, hang on. Mushrooms being in the way is making my brain hurt. So, mesh tiles there. I mean, not over there, that doesn't matter. There'd be a wall here. Could shave that off. I'd like a liquid reservoir buffer for the petroleum generators when we get there. None of this has to be put in right away. Like, all of this down here can get canceled, And we can just kind of, like, do the thing, right? Do this thing up here, the natural gas thing, as long as we have the battery in place. So how could we squeeze in a liquid reservoir and still have the battery down here? What if we flip-flop them? What if we put a liquid reservoir here? There would be a wall here, right? And then we'd have a 2x4 space here. Don't like that. That's an awkward space to deal with. I mean, you could put 2 pumps in there, but I don't think we're going to need 2 pumps. Like, this guy's going to output 750, and this guy's going to output 67.5 grams. So yeah, one full-size pump is going to handle this. I'm starting to default back to wanting to put the battery up there. Because then what does that give us over here, right? That's 6. What if we put the battery up top like I was talking about? We put 2 petroleum liquid reservoirs here. And then we can put the pump here. I mean, it would have, you know, it would have to fill this up before it got up there, but I mean, we could go the other way too. Yeah, probably go the other way. So 2 liquid reservoirs, right? And then a pump here. I mean, obviously this would just be always full of polluted water. It would never dissipate. But I think I might be okay with that. And that gives us a little neater of a space down here. Right, because that could just be boop, boop, and then boop, 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 boop. And then we could have 2 spaces here if we need to when we get down here. Because 2 is a lot better than 1 in general in this game. A single space, there's never anything that you can put there. Well, maybe. Hold on. We're probably going to want... Are we going to want a hydro sensor? Because otherwise the pump runs all the time, right? We don't want the pump running all the time. So we're going to want a hydro sensor. So maybe we do just make... We do this space... God, it's so tempting to do certain things. Like, we could put a pump here, chunk that out. That's the hydro sensor. No, because that's too on the nose. Can't be there. We're almost there. I swear to God, we're almost there. I mean, we could make assumptions that we might need a single tile space down here somewhere, but... Or we could just say that this space here, that would always be filled with polluted water, that almost acts as like a natural on-off. Like, the pump won't kick on until that overflows up to these 2 tiles, right? Is that enough control? I don't know. A lot of planning, not a lot of action. I feel like that is kind of this whole game at this point. On the larger maps, we can kind of, okay, we know we need this project done. Let's let it run, and then while we look over here. But on this map, I feel like this is kind of where I almost wish this had the forbid command that RimWorld has. Because then we can kind of plan stuff, and as we place it, we could just click forbid on all of these, and then they wouldn't get built at all. You know how it has, like, priorities, right? So we've got priorities. What would be awesome is if they added a 0 priority down here. So you could just hit 0 priority on the stuff you're planning, and they won't build it until you up that priority. I think that would be cool as fuck. But, you know, whatever it is, it is. What else would we need to put down here? So liquid reservoirs as a buffer for our petrol generators. A pump to get the polluted water out. And what else? The hydro sensor so the pump's not on all of the time. I kind of think that little, like, shelf thing might be a good passive hydro sensor, essentially. You know, I think we're gonna go with that. I think that would actually make sense. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna... Let's kind of take a picture of that. We're gonna put that there. This would go there. And then... Theoretically. Can you put the 2 petrol generators on top of each other? Maybe that would be easier. Ooh. Ooh. Jack, coming in with some good ideas. Let's play with that. I was about to say we're good with this, but, you know, let's fuck around a little bit more, right? It's a great game to fuck around and find out. So, petrol generator... Okay, well, we'd probably have to do them on this side, right? Well, no. Because we have to get down into the lava. So the lava will be gone. So let's say that's the 4 shelf. Or shelf. So 5, right? Then another 5 puts us there. So we have the space to do that. That goes all the way down to this lava, but that's fine. They're 3 wide, so that leaves us with a 3 wide system over here. Dumping the water down here. I mean, that just kind of leaves us with an empty... Oh, no, because then... You're right. Then we could do... No, I think that might not work because the liquid reservoirs are too wide. So then we wind up with a single tile... straight down that we have nothing to do with. Since the 2 of them fit perfectly side by side to eat up this space, that like single tile up and down thing, so far what I've used it for over here, this is going to be a vacuum seal, so we're not transferring temperature out of this chamber. There's part of me that wants to make these steel, but I don't want to waste the steel. I mean, we've got iron ore. Gold amalgam is usually... if we have to break into any place, this is probably the easiest place to break into as far as putting a liquid lock for the... maybe not, though. I don't know. I like the way you're thinking, Jack, but I think that'll make it difficult for the up and down space. Yeah, I mean, if you've got, if you want to add to that idea, but like here's like I said, they're 3 wide, and then the liquid reservoirs are 2 wide, and then we wind up with a single tile up like vertical space, right? So unless I'm missing something, or you've got an idea what to do with that vertical space, I feel like the side by side makes more sense as far as space is concerned. But let me know if I'm missing something in your thought process there. I'm just going to draw this in and take a screen cap. I can't actually put one of those. Okay. It was just suggesting in case the wiring or piping would conflict. Okay, yeah, appreciate that. I do really appreciate that. Always good to have thought processes on that. So let me take a quick screen cap because we're going to need this later. Because by the time future Nether gets working on the petroleum, I'm going to have no idea what past Nether was thinking. So we're going to cancel these bits and that bit. We're going to cancel that bit for now. Let's get this built. And we'll put in, I guess we'll put in a temp system. We'll just let the PO2 gas off into the base and not worry about it for a little bit. Maybe we'll put down a few deodorizers if we can get our filtration medium sorted. And then... no more and then. And then when we get there, basically, both sides are similar. This top part of the system is permanent. This top part of the system is permanent. This bottom part of the system is going to be bullshit. There is more iron ore to chew on over here. So what we're probably going to do temporarily is put one of these bad boys just right there, right? We're at least gonna have to dig out this bit here. And I want that, yeah, we'll dig both of those out real quick. We will put a hydro sensor in there. Right there for now, because this is going to be our little stopgap solution to this problem. Let's think about power to that system. I think we're going to bring that down with a joint plate there. Can't do that because that's where the power for that thing is going to be, right? Could put it there, but then we risk, okay, so a little bit extra wire there, but okay. That'll be there. That'll be there. Thank you, Julie. Did we shout you out? I feel bad because I've been, Julie Pixels. If I didn't, there's a shout out for Julie. Guys, we met as well doing Ani. I met a lot of people doing Ani. It's one of the reasons, like, I feel like I can never stop doing this game because not only is it a great game and I love it, but on top of that, it's brought me together with some really, really great people. So, oh, and we haven't solved the battery problem yet, right? And as much as it is insane, I think we're going to stick the battery up here. You're very welcome. All right. I mean, I'm going to think about it for a second. Let me actually save this picture to a different directory. Well, I mean, in theory, we could put the battery here. That just feels wrong, putting it all... I mean, if it's all the way down here or all the way up here, it's far away from everything. So, yeah, I think the battery is going to go here. And we're going to run the automation down the side. Long automation wire, but it's going to have to be what it is. What side is the automation on the battery? It's on the left side, right? So we're going to have to go boop. And then we can work on... Oh, wait. Not exactly. Let me cancel that bit for now, because I don't want... We're going to have to get power up to the battery, right? On the main grid, which means we're going to need another joint plate. And... so we could put that there. Except I don't think that'll work because of the way the battery is. No, that'll work, because the input on the battery. So we could put that there. We should still be able to place the battery there. The question at that point is, do we care about the temperature of the gases in here transferring to the battery? If we do, then we need to use this as a vacuum chamber over here, which is not a horrible use for it. God, I am such a worrywart when it comes to temperature, right? So, like, that would mean joint plate would also need to go there. This would need to be a vacuum. And that gets power up here without transferring any heat between any of these systems. I don't even know what's going up here yet. I have no idea what's going up here. This is a 4x4 space. All right, back to thinking about the battery being on the bottom then. Yeah, let's theoretically put the battery on the bottom for now. Okay, I think for now, and I mean literally for now, I don't know where I want the battery long term. So let's just stick that son of a bitch... I don't know, maybe just like, no, that's not doable. There is just no good answer to any of these situations, right? Because my stopgap solution is a stopgap solution, of course. Let me think about this for half a second. How wide are you? You're 4 wide, right? What if, since this is a temporary solution over here, what if we just... What if we cancel that? No, before we cancel it. You, sir. Let's just stick you over there. Go like that. Go like that. Dig this out. We'll get a little bit of a roll of our liquid, but we'll just put mesh tiles in here for now. That gas pump doesn't matter for now. We're not even gonna leave it connected in theory. And we'll go like that so that our guys can get down there. And I think, yeah, because everything from this point down is super temp. The air pump doesn't need a floor, does it? No, it does not. Oh, you're right. We could put the battery right here for now. Now that we've moved that there. And could put the hydro sensor down here so it never gets up to that tile. Good thinking, Jack. Thank you for coming in today. It's been a real pleasure having you here. Like, I enjoy the way your brain is working. Appreciate you. The fun part is when we go from temporary system to permanent system, how much shit is going to be difficult to sort, you know? And we'll set this to something like when it gets to 800 grams or whatever it is. What's a kilo? I forget how much water. God, I can't remember anything. So 1,000 kilos. So we'll set this to 900 kilos. That way it'll never overflow onto the battery. Now comes the fact that we're going to have to put some sort of power over here to jumpstart this system, because we got to vacuum this out before it becomes viable. Same thing up here. Which we've got 45 cycles to sort out, but... Alright. I actually feel really good about this. Thank you, everybody, for all of your helps. Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Jack. Barb helped a lot last time we were streaming, so I don't know if you're still out there lurking or if you're in your class, but thank you as well. Honestly, none of my bases would be nearly as good as they are without the help of everybody who's out there watching and hanging and chatting. So I appreciate you guys a lot. This is really fantastic. I like this. This is a cool little contained system here. And a lot of this stuff doesn't even need to be on. Like this gas pump, this shutoff, that's not going to be doing anything because that's literally there for the petroleum system. Unless we have enough power to dick around with it, and instead of scrubbing our CO2, we actually start storing it, you know, like, but then it would have to get up to this level. That would interfere with a lot of things. Yeah, that Pip's not gonna plant that acorn. The mushrooms being so close is a problem. So, But we can leave him there. We're not taming him yet, so that's fine. And there's a tree there he can eat on, even if he's wild, so that's also fine. Excellent. What is this? Oh, that's our water reservoir that balances out our temps. 28.8, perfection. I can't wait to get auto sweepers going in this playthrough. I feel like move to commands don't get used unless you put them at a super high priority. Another thing I'd like to do, in theory, guys, is since we're running Drecos now... The air pump... Oh, you already read that. Since we're running Drecos now, we're getting reed fiber from them, I'd actually like to... This is an easy one. I'd like to swap out the reed fiber overflow from our pumps here, from our bathrooms, to a clean water overflow into some bristleberry. Because that'll help our food situation, right? Because we don't need the reed fiber from the plants. This is just so our toilets don't get clogged. So we can do the same thing with bristleberry, but actually get some food out of the situation. It'll cost us that little bit of power for light, but I think all in all, that would be a way better way to deal with this. And we already have an overflow system set up to go to our carbon skimmer, which is not really using a lot of water. We could literally just branch off of that, maybe. No, I don't want to do that. This might be some weird double priority system type shit. It's fine. It's fine. I think I'd like to do that, because we don't need more than a couple of light bugs would be nice. I killed all the light bugs. They were annoying the piss out of me. I hate shine bugs. Can't stand them. Sorry. They always wind up in the bedroom. I don't know what it is. I always tell myself, maybe I'll make some shine bug reactor situation. And I just can't stand them. Unreachable. Build that there. Grab all of that. I mean, I'm probably an asshole. I probably should have the light bugs, and I should just have a door over here and have a little room and stuff them in there. Yeah. Okay. I'll tell it to stop killing all the eggs, and if we get prints of them, they just aggravate me. I don't know why. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I went on a little rant there. I'd like a 90-60 usually on our batteries, but... Okay. Let me do this. We're almost 3 hours into a 6-hour stream. Let me take a moment. I'm going to take a restroom break, and we'll come back fresh. This system is almost working. We've got 42 cycles before the gas comes online, so it's nothing that we have to worry about doing fast. We'll get a stopgap power system over here to vacuum out our different chambers. And then we'll button up the top bit of this and start working on that micro project of overflowing to bristleberries instead. Now I regret the shine bugs, now that you say it, Jack. I usually make 2 nature reserves, one for blossoms and light bugs and one for darkness and mushrooms. And of course I got a half tank for Pacu. We've got a couple of Pacu in here. They nerfed Pacu hard, so you can't really stuff them all in a small tank anymore. I've got a nature reserve up here, so when they come out of the barracks, this, I think, is permanent. This nature reserve and this barracks, I think this is going to be our permanent sleeping quarters. This is going to be our permanent bathroom and great hall. The plan is to have... this is going to be set up over here. This is going to be a deep freeze, these 2 tiles. There's going to be an insulated tile here, a metal tile here, and a hydrogen tile with food on it here, and a sweeper here that's going to yank the food out of there into a refrigerator in small amounts. That is going to be our way of feeding our people in the Great Hall. And this is going to be where our ingredients go. We designed the kitchen around that. We're going to be moving these so that there's a small one up here. They won't be here, and the gas range will go in here, which is why we're routing the natural gas over here. As I said, this is going to be a steam chamber from the rocket tunnel, and this is going to be a steam turbine. The plan was originally to have the natural gas storage here because I thought we were going to mostly use it for cooking. But now that we kind of got to make it into power, the decision was to move all of that over here. So now this space is like, I've got to kind of replan this space a little bit. All of this here can move. This is all essentially bullshit. None of that needs to be permanent. So we just, next project, we're going to do a temporary bristleberry farm, and then we're going to start getting our space a little bit more organized here. We're going to decide where we're going to stick the shovels permanently, because we just threw this together real quick because they came along in the printer. And we need to decide where our thermoregulator is going to go for our thing here, because it was going to go right here. This was kind of the perfect space for it, because this was going to be the infinite storage. Now I kind of want to put it in over here, but it's a little too big in theory. So we might try to combine the thermoregulator chamber with the shovel chamber, as long as we can get automation in there. Might be the wrong combination. So as per usual, I will probably come up with more ideas as I walk. The moment I walk away from a screen, my brain lights up and I start figuring things out. So thank you all for I guess you don't have to thank Ani people for pausing and planning. I feel like the Ani community, that's what we do. We pause, we plan, we figure things out. It's less about pushing it forward. I feel like RimWorld is more about pushing forward to the end, whereas Ani is more about like, hey, let's plan our stuff out. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm freaking crazy. I mean, I'm crazy, but maybe not for that reason. I just put up the links to my buddy Bobby's music channels, Facebook and Spotify. So if you enjoy the music from the Be Right Back screen or the starting screen, that's the guy who did it. So if you like it, please go show him some love. Say hi for me, and I'll see everybody back here in a few moments. Thank you all for your help. That's the wrong button. All right, let's get back to the duping. I try to make my my breaks quick. I don't really have anything I need to do on my breaks because all I do is play video games anyway. How's our temp over here? Not bad at all. Temp shift plate might help some of the temperature shit over here. Unfortunately, we're using our main water supply as our coolant, which is a problem. Mostly because I built the aqua tuner here. I should have put it further over to the right here. Do we want to take the time to deal with that? I'm gonna say no. No, we do not. So a couple of more things we need to sort out. Let's take a look at our gas setup and our power setup over here, because there's a lot of stuff we don't need running right off the bat. Like this whole system over here can get severed. This system is for the eventuality of the petroleum generators. This system needs to work. Did we run the gas? We did run the gas. On the odd chance that somehow this system kicks on and we're not ready for it, I'm going to do that. So that's going to pump our CO2 into here. Before we do that, so we're going to snip that, we need to get everything out of here. So many things to do. So, do we deconstruct this for now? No, because we're going to want to open that. So, what we're going to do... We're going to make use of the fact that this pipe bends. We're going to go this way. We're going to snip it here. And we're going to put a vent here. We'll also stick a vent, right? I mean... carbon dioxide 80 grams. Perfect. And we'll do that for now. So that'll be how we vacuum out those chambers. We need to put our Atmos sensor over here. Made out of copper, not steel. Stupid game. Ooh, good. That pushed over. That's excellent. Now, how are we going to... jumpstart the system becomes the question. I think we got to just stick down a coal generator. Can we... What's going on with this system? We're running 40 watts here. Can't really plug that in, can we? Well, we could do stupid things with a... what do you call, with a transformer. We could go from a small wire to a big wire, you know, being weird about it. But I think probably... Let me think how I want to do this then. We could probably stick a coal generator just right down here. Use the existing smart battery we just put in to run an automation to it so it doesn't waste coal, because coal is a very precious resource for us. Because we need these 3 pumps to do things. Maybe not at the same time. I mean, we could run them at the same time, theoretically, with a coal generator, right? Yeah. Let's let them do this thing, and we'll build a few more tiles. And printable. Third printable of the day. We're moving along. Gold amalgam, dirt, and... Ooh, a Nisbet. I love Nisbets. Bubbles are pretty cool too. Building impaired? No, not on this map. Everybody needs building because building and operating, those are the things that aren't going to go out of style. We do not need excavation. There is nothing else. There's nowhere else in space that we're going to land and dig. So what you see here of natural tiles is what we have left to dig. We don't need extra diggers. Husbandry, athletics, and strength. Critter aversion. Yeah, of course. I can't take people that have husbandry and critter aversion. That's just asinine. The question then becomes dirt or gold. I think gold because dirt is easier to find on a map than gold is. So let's snag the gold amalgam. That's another 2 tons. That is actually very, very helpful. Thank you, Printing Pod. We've gotten some pretty decent RNG on this map, so pretty happy about all that. How do we have this thing set? Can we automate this yet? I had this here, so I was like, let's not push hydrogen in here if we don't need it. Like we're burning water like very fast. We've got a nice stockpile, 25.6 kilos a tile. We've got 737 kilos per tile of oxygen. We're in an insane spot. So I would say if this is below 20 kilos a tile to turn those on. Let's see if we can use that. We got to keep an eye on our hydrogen supply because this thing is powering the pumps. That's not going to balance out. We'll see. We'll see. This whole system is interesting. Plug that into the system. Okay, so once they build this, we're going to slap down a tile here. And then we're going to close this in here. Is there anything in there we need to sweep out first? No. Okay. $44.80. These output 600 apiece, right? Yeah, so we can't run all of these at once. So let's snip that guy, because that's our least important one. Because once we start getting natural gas actually going, that'll be awesome. Now, the funny thing is, we don't even have this linked into our main grid yet. So maybe... Shit, I didn't actually worry about getting power up to the top. Hold on, hold on. Do we put a vacuum chamber here, eventually? So that this could be our distro? No, no, we don't want distro over there. We probably want the power to come down and join this grid over here, right? And then we could set this so that this kicks on first if it can, and then if it can't, these kick on. And then we'll have to change our distro later. I feel like we're... without knowing what we're going to do up here, it's really hard for my brain, because if we're going to put a passive system up here, fine, we don't need to get power up there. But what are the odds of us putting a system up here that doesn't require power, right? I mean, I guess if it does require power, we could always run it up the insulated side, right? We don't have to put heavy watt through there. There's a good chance that yeah, let's not worry about putting power up top. Worst comes to worst, we'll have to like, spin down the rocket setup, liquid lock into our infinite storages, and make some minor adjustments. I mean, that sounds insane, but if we're at that point where that has to happen, first world problem status. We're at that point we're doing well already. So let's delete a couple of these tiles. Do we have copper for you? Working on it. How much copper are at most sensors? I don't even know. 25. Okay, we've got copper in stock for you. Just want to make sure none of the systems that are off. I'm willing to put another piece of wire there just to avoid problems. I want to snip out any system that doesn't need to be on. We can always reconnect it later. Oh, yeah. Dog's Body was named by Squiddy. They're actually a digger builder, not a Dog's Body in roll. Our 4 dupes have been managing this entire colony by themselves for almost 100 cycles now. It's really difficult for me to want to take anybody on that's not God tier. We're going to need pilots to go into space for mining expeditions, so we're looking for people that have... We could use the one, I don't know if it's recluse or whatever it is. We could use people that are like interested in being alone because they're just going to be in a rocket in space by themselves. We could use people to do a few other things. There's a few things we could actually use in dupes, but none of them are like super badass. Do we just slap in the bristleberry where these guys are? Like, can we put a light here? We can. I mean, we're going to be working over here soon enough, but... Oh, we can't put a light there because of the height of that. How tall are bristleberries? I think bristleberries are only 2 tall, right? Or bristle blossoms, bristleberries, bristle blossoms. Not going to tell me here, I don't think, right? Anybody know off the top of their heads? I'm going to double check on Google if not. Two tiles. Perfect. Quick on the draw, Google. So 2 tiles, and we could put light because the thimble read is 3. Now, how do we want to do that? Pipe is going up to that first, right? And then we want it to go to, after it goes to the toilets, we want it to go to the carbon skimmer first. And then we're going to want it to go to the bristleberry. Okay, I got this. We're going to put that there. And then this, we're going to need that there and that there. We're going to build that over there, and then once they build that, we'll bridge over that. It's going to be a weird system, but it'll work for now. And then we can swap bristleberries in there. And rather than get thimbleweed that we don't need, we can get food added to our situation. Because we need to be able to get off of the mushrooms to break down into this area anyway. So, what are these all set on? You're set on an 8. You can be set on a 7. Automation wire is on. Right now, these upper systems are not buttoned up, but we can allow it to start vacuuming this area. So, snip there. Actually, yeah, I'm going to put this like this just in case I can't do that. I can't remember how it works with the snip button. I think it might be if you don't have access to the resources, but if it might also be... So we can put that there. And then as soon as some coal goes in here, that system should start sucking out the air. Oops, oops, oops. Hang on a second. That should not go there. I mean, it could. But I think we'll just send it out through there. Oh, disabled by automation grid. So if it's above... No, if it's below anything, send a green signal. So that's just going to pump until we get a vacuum. Already down the grams there, so we should be fine. Once they finish building that tile, we can have them build these 2 tiles, and then we're vacuuming things out. We already got those pipes in place. Let me come over here. Alright, we might have some, let me make sure we have blossom seeds. I'm like 99.9999% sure we have blossom seeds, but yeah, 10 units. And 2 should do the trick. Oh, wait. One thing we gotta run before I can do that is... Let's run power... there. I want to make sure this all gets preemptively done because we're going to have to take that pipe offline temporarily. And in doing so, we're going to end up in a situation where we might have... I don't think the toilets will backfill or back up, but... And shaboop. Now, the only reason we're staying liquid locked here and locking these in fully, we got to get back in here to put 2 tiles here, because this is going to be a vacuum area, so heat doesn't transfer. So once it's a vacuum, we'll have them come in and build. They'll have to hold their breath while they do it, but hey. That doesn't need to be anything now. Now we can go... All right, let's uproot these guys, right? And maybe let's do that on a high priority so we can make this system work quickly. And what we're going to do, we're going to connect that to there, we're going to connect this to there, we're going to connect that to there, we're going to snip this, we're going to snip this. So now it'll always go to the toilets first, then it'll jump over to this system, and then it'll overflow back this way. That's going to go like that. And then as soon as they uproot those, we're going to tell it to put down blossoms. Oh, no. Okay, so not quite, Nether. Not quite. We can't use this pipe. That has to go into there. Ugh, okay. Cooling loop is in the way. Hang on. Cancel, cancel. We can go like that. Sorry, I almost fucked that up pretty hard, actually. So, that being said, is it harder or easier to just reroute everything? You know what? Yeah, this was dumb. This was all dumb. Forget I said anything about this. We're going to delete that. And we're just going to run a pipe this way. There. We're going to jump there, and we're going to do our overflow system there. And that will stop Nether from being an idiot. And then we'll have to worry about other problems. Like whether this is going to have enough hydrogen for this to not be separating it. How long till you come online? 15 cycles. Not too bad. I can deal with that. Then we can start planning this stuff a little bit more. This is real stopgap. I don't even know what to do with it, honestly. We're gonna, like, we're moving from one planning to the next. We're literally like, okay, let's plan for an hour, then let's let the dupes work for 10 minutes. Then let's plan for an hour, and let's let the dupes work for 10 minutes. It's kind of this playthrough in a nutshell. Part of me thinks that this playthrough might have been better served as a YouTube series, so that I could, you know, do that planning. But then, like, then I would miss out on planning with you guys. Okay, now you guys have nothing left to do again. Okay, wonderful. So we snip there. That becomes our overflow. Jumps over that. Then this goes into there. And now, yeah. So now we can uproot these. Uproot. Uproot. Snip that there. Empty storage. Empty storage. See, the thing is, our dupes are really badass. The space is really small, so whatever project we queue up, they get done real quick, right? No contents, no contents. Excellent. So then that's going to be bristleberry. And that pipe can connect up like that. Meaning that that water flows over to that. And now we can put that light bulb in place. You know what? Make it out of pyrite. We're never going to use that pyrite for anything, so... This does mean that we're going to be using more filtration medium, but I think I'd rather crush up a little bit more rock and have the food option than the other alternative. Okay, we need to give them work now. This seems to be a non-stop nonsense. So this comes down to, this is one of those puzzles where you just move one piece, then move the other piece, then move one piece, then move the other piece, right? So, over here. That's going to be our ingredient storage, right? Metal plate, ingredients, there'll be a sweeper to grab it here, to put it on everything. Or was it here? I'll double check that. It's fine, whatever it is. I think the idea was here. 1, 2, 3, 4 down, and then 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so if we put it up here, it sees this tile. Then we put that there, and that puts our metal tile there, our food there. This leaves us a 2-tile space for a loader, where we load the finished food onto. Gas range goes here, and that was our whole jam with all of this. Okay. I could double check the diagram, but who the fuck cares, right? Now we got to think about, and then that's that, and that's that. We're going to cancel all this. I just need to see it for it to make sense, right? Now, the plan was to put the thermal regulator here. It's not a bad plan. Not a bad plan at all, but now we have this space here that's kind of awkward. 2, 3, 4. And we can't really do too much with it, right? Now, I was saying before, what if we shove the shovels in with the thermal regulator? And I don't think we can actually get away with that. Because at the very least, we'd have to do that and stick them there. Well, that'd have to be a metal tile, obviously, which doesn't leave the 4 tiles we need for the thermoregulator. Unless we put the thermoregulator right here, maybe? And again, that wastes another tile. Because then... we would need the gas pipe element sensor, which would go like right there. This would be here. It would run up, cool these systems, come back down. And that's not necessarily a bad loop, but not a super efficient use of the space, right? So we're back to a beard stroke moment. So then, let's say we did something like that. Let's say we put the thermoregulator here, that space there. That would leave us that tile out of order. I mean, we were going to wind up wasting a space realistically anyway. What if we just go with our original plan to put it over here, though? Right? Could put the gas pipe element sensor... inputs on top, though, right? It is. I mean, we're not going to freeze the hydrogen, though, right? Like, the hydrogen can go cold enough to liquefy oxygen. So if it kicks on a little bit more than it should just because it's one distance away, I don't think that matters too much, right? And that's a pretty good spot for it. I mean, it's not an amazing spot for it, but let's noodle with that. Because this area could get used for something else, right? We could theoretically put a farm over here. So, gas pipe thermosensor would go there. Radiant pipes would go here and here, and here and here. We would need insulated pipes. We'll just do normal ones. That would just go there. All right, hang on. So that could go there. Now, gas pipe element sensor. Because we need to keep the thing flowing, so we're going to have to overflow onto the output, right? So what if we come in this way and go up this way? That goes there. That overflows. That goes there. And then we bridge this way. Like that. I think that's a pretty reasonable loop. Good use of space. And then we can use this area for something else. I'm thinking we might stick a farm in here long term, because this is a temporary farm. This is temporary space for this, the poke shells, blah 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 blah. Speaking of poke shells, what if we put, now hear me out here. If we put the poke shells, let's say there. Okay, hang on. I might have something here. No, because wouldn't be able to get the automation in there. Okay. Not a great idea. But I do like this. All right. Window Shift S for, I think print screen works fine too. Let's snag a picture of that. We'll put that up here as well. Boop, boop. And we're back. Okay. Now, let's cancel all of that and draw the bits that make sense, right? So, how are we gonna, okay, so we need steel to do that. That's vacuuming out. Okay, so those are growing. Water seems to be going into them. That's excellent. So those will get us food. Let's not worry too much about that. Let's not worry about this just yet, because that can't get closed in. Does anybody have any skills that we need to make happen? You have a skill point. That gets us mechatronic engineering. Okay, so we can start messing with automation. Julie, we've left where she is just because we don't need her to go into anything else. So how... Yeah, we'll have to use this space for something else coming from underneath. Okay, so we need to start figuring out how we're actually going to get the metal and the gases we need. How much steel do we have? 1050, right? And I think that was intended for the fact that we're going to be making stuff out of steel for this project. So we're going to need a metal tile of steel there and there. And then we're going to need to fill that tile with hydrogen and put a chute there. So how are we going to do that in a liquid lock sense? They can't get in there. We might have to have them come up through this side. I don't want to do like a full-on liquid lock, but doing a dot drop becomes difficult, right? So if we wanted to do a dot drop, we'd need a block there. We'd need that to be away. We need a block. So we'd have to shut down our stove to make that happen. Can you... Okay. So, yep, planning. Big planning across the board. One thing we do need is radiant pipes. Steel is going to be our best bet on that. Those are going to go there. Those are things we know we're going to need for this system to work. We're probably going to have to get some more steel made for the other things we have to get done. I've got an idea. I've got an idea for this space. What if we make this a little chill tank? Because we got to get stuff out of space. We got to chill it somehow, right? We could have them load it, send it through the insulated tiles, because this is going to be our steam. This is going to be our steam turbine. This is going to be attached to the rocket tunnel for steam. We could make this a chill tank, because we're going to need one to bring stuff in from space and make it actually useful. And I think I could squeeze one in there, or we could make it a little taller. I like that idea. Okay. So let's say that's there. We still got to get the oxygen out, hydrogen in, and all of the infrastructure in there, right? Okay. Do we build a full-on liquid lock? Can't really... Well, I mean, we could make it happen, but... How much crude do we have? I mean, we could do a layered liquid lock. I think we have salt water as well. Let's look at our liquids. What liquids do we have on hand? We've got water, salt water, ethanol, crude oil. Yeah, we've got enough to do a layered liquid lock. So let's say we did. Let's put that there, that there, that there, and we would put that there. In theory. In theory. So we would break out this tile, break out that tile, Squiddy WTF, what's going on, my dude? Put that in there. We're playing a game that's more pause than play right now. Everything we're doing is a complicated system. Let's do a shout out for our buddy Squiddy over here, guys. Squiddy is a streamer and a wonderful part of our community. He does some pew pew, he does some puzzle, he does some everything. You're officially a variety streamer. Remember when I met you and you all you did was the pew pew and there was no variety? You've come it's been a long journey in the last God, how long have we known each other now? Longer than a few months, but less than a year, I think, right? Let's not put you there. Let's put you here. Which way do I have this door set up? They don't go through this door. That's right. 9, 10-ish months, I think. Yeah, I play all sorts of stuff now. Yeah, it's awesome. What's on the agenda today? What were you playing today? We're gonna have to cancel that temporarily. And we'll cancel the metal tile for now, because I don't want anybody trapping themselves. PF today. I ended early because I'm exhausted after my home renovation job. I bet, man. That manual labor stuff, I used to do a lot of that. I don't know that I'm actually ever going to be healthy enough to do that stuff again. Actually, we can cancel that, and we can build one of those here, and that should be all that we need. I've just, with all the surgeries and stomach problems and all that I've gone through, it's like, I don't know that I could actually do those jobs without severely damaging myself, so probably not in the cards for me in the future, but I used to do a lot of stuff. I used to paint houses, lacquer cabinets, do yard work, all of the stuff, so... Okay, so we're slowly but surely getting our systems online here. Yeah, I enjoy it, but being a CC takes priority for me. Yeah, content creator is an important thing to... you got to put a lot of time into being a content creator. I don't think a lot of people who watch content creators know how much time and effort we put into making content. Like, it's not just the streams. You spend a lot of time off-stream working on ideas, doing YouTube stuff, promoting, all that, so... It takes a lot of energy to get that stuff going proper. That is not the right spot for that. I am an asshole. Because what we could do... Yeah, I swear this base is more planning than it is playing, like I just said. Editing thumbnails, descriptions, correcting events, running a Minecraft server. Yeah! Taking care of the community, organizing events, you know, all of that stuff. It's a lot of work. Speaking of Minecraft servers, Squiddy is the reason we have one for the community. If you guys want to join it, head over to the Discord. Thumbs up the rules and add your name to the whitelist. I'll do the Discord command over here so you guys can have the link. And yeah, come join us, play some Minecraft with us. We hang out in voice chats, we chill in we chill and just share game stuff. A lot of things. How do I want to layer this? Water goes on top of salt water in this game, or am I crazy? I think I'm crazy. We need to take more dupes on just to breathe the air to balance this system out. I swear. I'll keep an eye on it, though. Looks like the bristleberry is definitely eating the overflow water, but I'm not 100% sure. We might need to put another 1 or 2 of those in there. I mean, we had most of a pipe backed up to begin with. We're just going to have to keep an actual, like, watchful eye on that. If it doesn't eat the water fast enough, our toilets will back up. And we don't want our toilets backing up. That would cause major problems. I mean, not super major, because it's not above a water tank or anything, but most places they'd pee would be reasonably harmless. Yeah, because we've got a full lip over the clean water tank. What do you mean gas tanks, Jack? Like the gas reservoirs? We're exploiting, and we're using infinite. Yeah, the gas is going to get stored in here in infinite gas storage. That's like, I know it's a bit of an exploit, but I'm already doing it over here. There's 726 kilos per tile of oxygen over here, 25 kilos of hydrogen per tile over here. If you, I don't know if you know about it, but that's the reason these gas vents have a little bit of crude here. Gas vents over pressure at 2 kilos of anything, gas or liquid. So we put 445 grams per tile. I mean, as long as it's under 2 kilos per tile, this will always pump gas in and will never get overpressured because it has the liquid, and the gas and the liquid can't occupy the same tile. So this space in here will hold an infinite number of gases. And so carbon dioxide here, natural gas here, and for the moment we're going to let the polluted water off gas, and we're not going to worry too much about it. They might get some yucky lungs, but when we get to the point where we can put in a more permanent system, we will. We need at least this natural gas online so that we can start doing the things like over here. I'm working on sorting out our food, our deep freeze. Once we get a deep freeze, things get a little more calm, but we need the power to run the thermal regulator and the automation. So that's why we went into this whole system over here. So we've essentially got 40.6 cycles to construct everything we need that needed the power. I mean, we don't have to construct everything. Jack, do you remember which sits like on top? I think it's salt water, then water. The tiles need a burst barrier to stop you exploiters. Right? I don't do it all the time. It's just I felt like on this map it's like I kind of have to. I mean, I guess we could do gas. It's just, I just made the decision. You know, sometimes I don't do it, sometimes I do it. You got to make your own decisions what you're willing to do and not do. That's enough of that. Oh shit. I fucked up. There needs to be a tile here. Yep. No. Oh, I thought I got rid. I thought I turned you off. Oh no. I'm messing things up, guys. Cancel that so they can mop it. Okay. Now we'll build the tile there. What are you doing? Yeah, salt water is the heavier. I just didn't have the tile in over here. It's... I botched my order of operations, essentially. Yes, it's exciting, Amelia. And we are definitely going to have to run gas pipes over here so that we can insert hydrogen. So, might as well take the existing line. Let's not go through natural tiles. We're going to need to fill our hydrogen loop with hydrogen, and we're going to need to put hydrogen into where we want it. So we'll let them build that pipe. We'll build that. Wait, does that have germs? No. Okay. So you can sweep that. And now this can be water. And we'll deal with mopping up and dealing with the water from the liquid lock at a certain point or another, but not right, not for a little while. Should have disabled them forever ago. And then we can let this system drain that battery. Well, probably not. Let's not get crazy here, Nether. Stop trying to turning those off. Good idea. Messing around with all of that nonsense, not necessarily. I'm here, but still trying to get my brain around the poll for the affiliate and what people did on my stream. Oh yeah, for sure. Again, congratulations on that. That's fantastic that you got it. Affiliate's a weird thing. Like, when I got there... Okay, so that's going to go there. I'm going to move this here. Now, empty that, please. CO2. Okay. So let's build this into a that doesn't need to be insulated. We can just do that. What we're going to do here is we're going to build the tiles over here. That'll make this a vacuum. Then we'll pump in some, then we'll deconstruct those tiles, build a vent there, pipe in some hydrogen until the tile is full. We don't need to overpressure it. This one. So basically this will delete the gases. I'm going to turn the lice loaf back on because we can't let the meal lice go off. Are you insane? Let's get you over there. We do have a point redemption for naming characters, naming colonists, but we literally have, at this point with this playthrough, since we're not taking on a crazy number of them, we've got 2 people who are already waiting to get the next 2 dupes, so maybe wait a little while on this one. On RimWorld, we've got an obscene number of colonists at every step of the way, so... could send it into space to get rid of it. Send what into space to get rid of it? What are we talking about? The meal lice? We could. But I don't want to get rid of gases. They're helpful. Is this a vacuum over here? Ooh. We have achieved vacuum. So that needs to get built. We can snip that out of the system. And we can hook those guys back up so these guys can start venting gases. Those are going to the right places. And if this is below, whatever it is, doesn't matter. If I wasn't doing infinite storage, Jack, I would probably vent the CO2 into space. And I would put down, I would wind up over here putting a couple, like 2, 3, 4 gas reservoirs over here, and then probably putting my power somewhere else. Oh god, okay. Machinery, athletics, and science. Green thumb, caregiver, can't do food. Operating, suit wearing, researching. Let me double check the skill tree for a second. On another playthrough, I think maybe. I am insanely too picky about stuff on this one. Can't do digging is fine. Buff, green thumb, science, and strength. Not what we're looking for. Narcoleptic over here, no. Because I'm kind of looking for either another cook or another, what's it called? Another rancher. Because we've got Julie cooking, ranching, and farming, and she's handling it because there's only 4 people. But at a certain point, one of those things has got to take priority. Maybe not. Maybe she can handle all 3 of those. We're not doing too much of any of it. And so, like, the fact that they're a kitchen menace and these don't line up super great, we don't really need another person into science, so we're going to grab the nutrient bars because we need space calories. If you notice up here, we've got almost 10,000 calories of nutrient bars. We've got almost 9,000 calories of muckroot. So that stuff is going in space. is in general what we're trying to pull off here. That's built. So we can start piping gases in there. Let's also queue up our insulated gas pipes. This is a lot of insulated gas pipes. I think we're just going to go granite. You can be insulated. That's there. That's there. No, wait, that's not. Yeah, so all of that is insulated. And that's not. Wait a second. How did I have this set up? Gas is going to come down through here. Hit there. Go in here. Go up here to the input. Wait. It's going to come down. Go into there. Go into the input. Damn it. I should have taken a screen cap. This is why I screen cap freaking everything. So we need the sensor there. I mean, for now, that's going to go that way, so... Goes there, and then jumps onto the output here. And then the output's going to come through here. Okay. This is the unnecessary bit. Cancel that. The thermoregulator can get canceled for now. So all of that needs to actually get built. But for now, we can connect those. And we can steal some hydrogen. We're just going to have to turn those back on and just keep eating the water. Ugh, never mind. No. If it's, yep, no, let's wait. God, the math involved in doing all of this is just absolutely bonkers. I'd rather turn back on the coal generators and augment that than pull too much water, because right now, again, no heat deletion. We're just dumping it into the water, relying on the fact that this is going to erupt at a cooler temperature to keep our heat situation. So we got to get through the next 14 cycles before this kicks on again to do what we need to do. Okay, for now, we'll snip that off. Because all that's going to need to be in the loop anyway, right? And we need to put some up here as well. We're going to have to play a different kind of game with airlocking up there. I did math on this earlier. We need how many tiles? Hang on a second. I might have fucked this up. 32 tiles on that. We did the math on that. So 32 is there. There's going to be a tile there. And there. Yeah, so that actually does work. Damn, Nether. Good job, bud. And they changed it so that the sweepers are not industrial machinery. Or no, the loaders were industrial, the sweepers weren't? Dear God, I hope so, because this whole thing hinges on that. Now we're going to deconstruct that. In addition to that, do we have shipping rails? We do. Going to have to be made out of iron ore. This is going to be coming this way, I believe. Yeah, okay. I've done this deep freeze system a lot. Gases, yeah, that was from a while ago. I've done this kind of deep freeze system many, many times at this point. Yeah, we'll make stuff out of pyrite. I'm not going to worry about pyrite. So I've gotten pretty well versed in how to make this happen. Usually I'm not this stressed about getting it up. Oh, Amelia's sleeping. Are we vacuuming here? We are vacuum in there. So we can disable this bad boy. Actually, we can do that without having to bring them over. We just go into our automation grid, snip, snip, and that should stay red, right? So we've got vacuum in here. Let's make sure we don't have any water pipes running, but I don't think we need them. Alright, what do we need to chop? Chop, chop. We don't need an output there. Gas vent can be deconstructed. Pipe can get deconstructed. That's not going to output that direction, and we don't need that there. Thank you for lurking, Killer. Appreciate it. We're going to leave a lot of these lines snipped to start, because they're not going to be doing much of anything. Now, let's make sure. Let's just go through our overlays. We're going to hook that back up before we close that up. Temperature's not important. Gases were vacuumed. Light doesn't matter. Liquid. I mean, it might be smart. It might have been smart of me to actually, like, run a cooling loop in there, but we're gonna... Can we? We can, so no worries there. Decor, no. Automation is hooked up. Don't need shipping rails, don't care about automation. You can send a green signal if above, let's say, 500 grams. Same thing over here, above 500 grams. That way we never have a problem with the gas chambers being empty. You can be above... Let's do a kilo. Can't do that? Okay. Fuck me, I guess. There we go. That's fine. And then we can button this up. Right? That's made of steel. These are gold amalgam. Okay. 4 hours in, I actually feel like we're starting to make progress, and this is starting to look like an actual base. But hey, you never know, right? Can you build this? Let's say that we put this at the top schedule, right? Barb is going to bring the materials, and then Dog's Body is theoretically supposed to build it. But he's going to eat, so that's not going to happen. Number 5, eat, hang out, sleep, do something, and then come back over here, right? Okay. And our clean overflow still keeping up. We might have to put a third one in. I mean, it seems to be fine. If we had any more dupes, I would say we'd need at least a third one, but at the moment, because yeah, that's the right place to do it from. Not the place where you can breathe. Let's go stand in the hydrogen gas and build. Amazing. Yeah, eye irritation. Yep, 100%. Good job, Amelia. Well played. I swear, when contraptions look like this, it makes me smile. There's something cool about, like, just a part of the base being, like, completely contained. I would love another ice delivery. Another ice delivery would be fantastic. We got some ice. We put it in our tank here. It cooled everything off a bit. I mean, I'd also love for our... I'd also love for that vent to come online and our Drekos to mutate. Okay, good. We have that, that did, like, I don't know why. Every time I think of, like, a mechatronics engineer, I'm like, yeah, everything's gonna get fucked up. Okay, so... radiant gas pipes with hydrogen in them. Shipping rail leading in so that we can get the food in. We don't need anything else in that one tile situation. So we can actually stuff that back in there. Okay. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I got a big old smile on my face right now. I've been wanting to get this deep freeze up since, like, day 2. And it's just been like, oh, what do we need to do first? Well, we need to do this. Well, we need to do that. Well, we need to do that. Well, this system is dependent on this being a thing. Well, that needs a system. Well, that system is dependent on this being a thing. And it's like, oh my god. Speaking of things like that, quick pause. We need the liquid over here going over here. Yay. I know I left these pipes here in case we needed to do something with them, but obsolete system. Let's get it out of our way. Maybe not. Maybe not. So the question then becomes, how are we going to get pipes over there? We're probably just going to bullshit this, right? So, because of everything in this playthrough is essentially bullshit. Let's hit play. We're going to put a liquid vent. I'm going to put one there. Then we're going to grab pipes. We'll go there. I don't... that natural tile. Do we need that natural tile there? Absolutely not. So let's do that. Go back over to piping. We're going to need to put some liquid bridges in, at least temporarily. So this one needs to go there, and then we need one there and there. Then we need this. Let's just go right over here, right? To there. And that carbon skimmer, those bridges can go horizontally, I think. That'd look nicer. None of this stuff in the middle is really permanent. What do you mean horizontal? We're running this pipe under these bridges. Like, this is going to pump liquid over to here and drop it in this tank. So they're a little too close to go horizontal. I'm not worried. This is just a tangled mess of garbage. Thought you were making bridges for the new pipe. Oh, no, no, no. Just doing this. Again, this is going to be a temporary pipe because... it has to be. Eventually, we have to move that so it's out of the way of our rocket silo a little bit. Thank you for looking out, though. If we could prioritize those two tiles, though, please, guys. just double check something. Okay, there's nothing in there to sweep up. Good. Okay. So this is buttoned up, which is fantastic. This is going to go here. That's going to go there. That goes to the thing. Now we're going to do 500 grams over here as well. So no heat transfer between this chamber and the vacuum over here. I know there's going to be something wrong with this system. In fact, let's not mop that, because if we need to break back in here, that's going to be a thing. Okay, let's let that roll. Now, this should be just hydrogen. Excellent. We can deconstruct that tile. We can build that tile there and that tile. That was a bad idea to put that rail there. Hang on. Hang on. This is going to be our thermal regulator chamber, right? So I don't really want the rail going through there, because we can't access it. Those need to go. These can come this way for now. And the reason I'm going to cancel that is if that debris winds up on that side of the tile, we're going to have to break back in there, because I am not going to leave a piece of debris inside the... You know what? I might leave that there. No. No. Okay, perfect. Now, build that tile, and build that tile. And deconstruct this one. Mop there if you can, and deconstruct this, guys. Okay. It feels like a lifetime ago that we started this whole process. So I'm pretty stoked right now. Gas pipe thermosensor. There. Do that. See, and this is why I haven't been anxious to hire new dupes. Like, I know some people would be like all over like getting a bunch of people, but the fact of the matter is I can't even keep up with the 4 dupes we have. I queue up a project, you know, 30 seconds to 2 minutes later the project is done. If I had extra hands doing stuff, I wouldn't even know what to do with them. What it used to be is that I would queue up a lot of low-level sweep commands, right? So I could let it run while I set stuff up for them, because they would just go around and sweep. And it's like, okay, well, you know, I'm working on this over here. Some of them are, you know, sweeping, some of them are cooking, whatever the case may be. Now, I'm paused again. You know what, let's let it run. So, That's got to get done. Then we can kind of close up this area for now. I can anticipate that this is going to be stupid, so we're going to go like that. Okay, yes, our bristle blossoms are keeping up with our water overflow. That makes me very happy. This does make a situation where some of this stuff is in a weird spot, but I'm okay with that. So I think we could theoretically like just put a tile there, but for some reason that makes me nervous. So we're gonna put tiles there. A 2 hour later meme would be appropriate. Oh, point redemption for the 2 hours. Okay, good call. Good call. I like that, Jack. Thank you. I've been looking for other point redemption things. I've got a couple of ideas written down, but I'm still like on the fence for all of them, so I appreciate that. God, they're zippy even on a 1. Dirt's doing good. We're down to 0 copper ore. Excellent. We've got copper falling from space, and we've got gold amalgam falling from space, and we've got iron falling from space. Yeah, okay. Drecos mutate, goddammit. Fuck, man. I mean, I'm actually pretty proud of it. I know it took forever for the brain to start getting into gear and to get this kind of going, but it's because we're trying to plan ahead, right? I do the same thing in my Satisfactory world. I always try to plan ahead for future expansion. Like, let's not build a system that's just good for now, but is in the way. Oh, approaching milestone? That's an interesting thing. Is that new? We're about to hit the 100-day mark? I mean, I know the milestone isn't, but is that blinking that says we're about to hit a milestone new? New? Okay, cool. Oh, cool. Excellent. All right, so in 38.4 cycles, the natural gas comes online. So we have to rely on other sources of power until then. Our hydrogen and oxygen might balance out with these Atmos sensors eventually. Because I really, really don't want to be ripping through this water when this thing is not active, because it's where it's the mass that we're dumping our heat into for our cooling system. And if we're not producing new oxygen, this oxygen is going to stay cool. So then we're leaning less on both systems, right? We don't have to move as much heat around. And hey, you guys get what I'm saying. You guys get what I'm saying. If you're not Ani players, you're probably not here. Show navigation. Excellent. Your navigation is fine. What we're going to do... We're actually going to build this wall in now, and we're going to get rid of those two tiles. And I think it's time to get rid of this door and build in those two, as well as that guy. That tile is definitely unnecessary. This one is kind of unnecessary, but that one's definitely unnecessary. Regular level sweeps on those, and... What is this? This is salt water, yeah. So we can't sweep salt water. We don't have a salt water tank. That needs to be there. That might have to drop down to a mess hall temporarily. Because, like... Yeah, that's the 32 tiles we need. Plus we'll have that. We'll have 33 tiles, in theory. But I need to get a liquid lock situation going, and I could put a tile there. Actually, yeah, that would work. Yeah. Temporary tile there. And then we need just a touch of a liquid. You are perfect. Let's get you there. I do believe there's uranium on top of the launch pad. There is uranium up there. I made a comment earlier about, like, if you think that might cause problems, wait till I build a nuclear reactor. I've built nuclear reactors before, following Francis John's tutorial situation. They're awesome. I love nuclear reactors. But they are definitely a oh, wait. Can't have that there just yet. Actually need to build both of those in. I remember that reactor, that day I kept saying, go boom. Yeah, Killer really wanted that thing to explode. Okay, what other projects do we have? You're ready to pump liquid whenever that goes in line. We can hook you back up to this power. That thing is deactivated. I'm going to snip it anyway. We're going to leave it there just in case. This system is disconnected from the whole shebang. This guy can get hooked back up. Just in case I overwrote materials, we'll cancel across the board there. And that should be a system. We've got access to that pipe there. We're eventually gonna have to get some sort of space materials. Oh. Let me not fuck up too hard here. If our gas range is gonna go here, we have to get stuff over to it, right? So yeah, we're gonna need a couple of gas bridges, right? So I'm going to say there and there. Snip, snip, snip. Okay. We're not going to worry about this real hard right now because we're not ready to go into gas range stuff yet. Because that should be vacuum. That is vacuum. I can't believe we're actually working on getting our deep freeze going finally. Like, it's just like, it's mind-blowing. Okay, so then we can connect you two. I feel bad having idle dupes. Like, it just makes me feel like I'm fucking up, if that makes any sense. Okay, so over here, now we can deconstruct that. Now, what did I say was going to go on with the shipping rails? I'm pretty sure... Yeah, so the sweeper's going to go here. Loader for the finished food is going to go here, right? So we're going to need to run shipping rails... at least to there. Finger guns. Go for it, guys. So yeah, guys, we've got about an hour and a half left in stream. We're going to try and get as much stuff as we can done in that time. And then tomorrow, we're going to do some RimWorld. Friday, we'll do more Ani. Saturday's going to be satisfactory. I haven't actually really done anything since this previous Saturday. I've been really into Nightingale, guys. Great game. I waited over 2 years for that game to come out. Absolutely worth the wait. And last night I finished out what's available as far as story in early access. They just did an update that fixed some exploits and bugs. It did make it so when you're in your inventory, your umbrella is not connected to your hand. But, you know, that's just comedy. Small bladder, biohazardous, excavation, no. Athletics, machinery, science, slow learner, no. Unconstructive, no. I don't know that we need the thimble reed, but at the very least we could feed it to some Pacu if that becomes a thing. Trying to keep an eye on our calories because that 57 is not accurate. It's more like 38 and a half. Okay, so then let's get one of these guys in there. We have pyrite to do that? I mean, if we got pyrite, then that's better than I'm not going to use pyrite for anything. I don't care. And then your buildy. And that can go there. I guess we could try and queue up some more work while we're over here, right? So we've already got our line here going properly. Now that we've done that, let's cancel all that out. Let's go like this. And let's see if we've got enough hydrogen to fill this loop. Not quite. Get this to pump a little bit more over. Shouldn't need more than that. I like to pump over an extra couple of blobs just so I can leave something there in case I got to actually put more on the loop for any reason. Now, usually you bridge on to fill your loops, but since our thermoregulator isn't hooked up anymore, or isn't hooked up yet, this really shouldn't... This should fill our loop nicely. Actually, no, I'm lying. Let's bridge on. Because otherwise it'll try and take priority from both sides. So we'll bridge on. That should fill the loop nicely. If we leave a blob or two of hydrogen local, just to make sure once we hook up the thermoregulator, everything works better. Actually, hang on, because we need... This actually can't flow through like that, right? Like... Because that's not going to be like that. That's going to be one of these guys. We can bridge on differently. So we can just bridge on... like that. Do I want to do that? No, you know what? Let's just take this guy up here. This will be a little bit safer of a bridge. Gotta say, we've gone through almost about 25 kilos of oxygen per tile up here, and we've gone through not even 5 kilos of hydrogen per tile in here. So I think this system might actually stabilize out with the Atmos sensors set the way they are. That way we're not always chomping down on our water. We could also set up a system, although I'd have to break into the oxygen, but you know, that part's going to be temporary for a while going anyway. What I was thinking is that we might want to set a hydro sensor down here so that if the water level gets to a certain point, it also turns on the electrolyzers, a little bit of an OR gate. That way we're never not getting this thing outputting. And I think that might be a good idea. For now, we'll mess with it manually, but we still got a lot of stuff down here to do. But let's keep that in mind for this, because if this gets overpressured while it's still pumping, then we lose out on a lot of stuff, right? And so we want that to, we might stick a hydro sensor somewhere and just say, hey, if the water level's high enough, just keep making hydrogen and oxygen. Okay, so over here, I mean, our dupes are just going to have to be idle a little bit longer. That's kind of just the thing about it. Like, sometimes you got to be focused on something and, you know, can't worry too much about the dupes. So we're going to... The problem with this is that there's going to be a blob there. So if I slice that there, you know what, actually, we're going to need that blob to fill that pipe. So that could actually be perfect. Now, I know you don't have to make this out of steel, but I'm going to try and make sure that these systems do what they need to do. And then automation wire. There. How do we want to worry about cooling this thing? Do we want to drop a little bit of crude on the bottom of here? We got a couple of options. We could pump some hydrogen into this chamber, which I've done before. It works. We could leave the gases as they are, but oxygen is not really a great transfer medium. I mean, it should do fine. Or we could leave the top two tiles and put crude on the bottom, or vacuum it and put crude on the bottom. I think what I'm leaning towards here is... All right, we're going to delete this so it spreads out enough. And I think we're going to put crude on the bottom. So we're going to need a tile here and here. That breaks those. Damn it. That breaks our loafer over there. So we're going to have to shift this over. Like, no real choice on that one. Like... Not from that side, Barb. Oh, you're just supplying. You're fine. Okay. I mean, this refrigerator is not doing a damn thing anyway. We don't need two refrigerators right now, not even in the slightest. Literally, we can just put everything in there, I think. Yeah, let's just put the whole, let's just put everything in there, and we're going to deconstruct that other one. We'll shift this over by one. The things we do. The things we do. Double check something. That's on a priority 5. Okay. Barb is not a builder by trade. She's a supplier by trade. So, you know, her going slow deconstructing is no big deal. That being said, they are moving everything into that refrigerator. And now Amelia is on deconstruct mode. Amelia's our researcher. So this will probably go slow as well. We'll slap this back down, give it priority, break this tile here. That'll allow our dupes to get in here. We'll sweep that up. Dear God. This is going to be the whole thing about this playthrough, right? It's going to be like, oh, you know that thing we had here? Let's move it by 1 tile. Okay, you know that thing we had here? Let's move it by 1 tile. God, the day we get a glossy Draco, I am going to go like, I am going to blast off into outer space with happiness. It's going to be fucking amazing. Wait, I do believe there's your, yes. Oh, it's, sorry, I didn't look at that. I've been distracted. Nuclear reactors are insane. One thing I can say for sure, if you're going to build a nuclear reactor, don't cheap out on corners. Like, build the full corner. Because I had a few issues with mine, and a nuclear reactor is not one you want to have issues. There was steam leaking out through a corner and deleting. So the pressure inside the reactor was going down, and I didn't realize, and things were starting to get too hot, which was putting extra pressure on the steam turbines and the aqua tuner. And since I was using nuclear waste to cool the steam turbines and 1 aqua tuner, it was a situation. If I had supercoolant, it wouldn't have been as much of a chaotic thing, but God, what a shit show that was. So we're going to put some crude in there. How much crude are we going to put in there? Got a little over... Oh, that's 19 kilos. That's 18 kilos. That's 4 kilos. Over 3 tiles. What does it take to flood a thermoregulator? Does anybody know how much it takes to flood something like that? Ani, flood... buildings. A building becomes flooded when, on loading a save, any building submerged in a tile of substantial... What is substantial? How do you remove the flooded structure status from a structure? You remove water and unflood them? Not sure. I'm not sure about the exact amount, but the threshold to make the building flooded on the threshold for a building to be flooded are different. Let me explain what I mean, but beware that the numbers may not be precise. Okay, so nobody has numbers. Ani thermoregulator flood limit. Submerged in liquid, it cannot be submerged in liquid, though liquid under 350 kilograms flooding status can be used to facilitate faster cooling. I think that they're supposed to be flooded in 200 kilos of liquid. All right. Submersible buildings like aqua tuners, I suspect the fact that you can dump 200 kilos on them without flooding is a bug. 200 kilos. I'll work with those numbers. So that's... Wait, 200 kilos or 200 grams? 200 kilos? All right. Here's the thing. We'll know if it's flooded pretty quick, because we're just going to build it here, right? And if it's flooded, we'll mop up the system and move it. Let's set this at... so that it sends a red signal for now. We don't want that thing turning on until we're ready for it to turn on. Wait. Okay, that'll do. You need to be set to make lice loaf forever. Because we can't have people starving to death. Words on stream. Really, Killer? No, I'm sorry, but I put up the VODs from this, so we're not going to do words on stream on an Ani stream. We would do that on a Nightingale or Satis stream. I feel bad for saying no, but I do put up the VODs, so I'm going to refund your points on that one. I'm going to complete the other stuff from earlier, and I'm going to take a drink of my liquid. Sorry about that. I really should... Oh, stretch is a great idea. I really should actually go through and disable some stuff in there. Like some redemptions that aren't quite what they're supposed to be. And this is still a great hall. That can get deconstructed. Actually, we'll leave that there for now. No, because there's the vent there, so let's deconstruct that. We could move the vent, but I'm not gonna. I just keep checking on the same stuff. 11.7 cycles. Thank you for the stretch, hydrate, and posture check, though, Killer. I really appreciate that. And you're going to be online. Okay, so... God, this has been so slow. This is almost 5 hours, and we've done, what, like 7 cycles? I feel like such an asshole, guys. Again, whether it's this or RimWorld or Satis or anything, I'm that type of player that likes to take their time. Like, how do I explain? I always talk about cycle or in-game day efficiency versus real-world efficiency. Yes, you can crank it up to a 3, ram through things, not pause, not plan, and it seems like you're getting a lot done per minute, per hour in real life. But that often leads to problems later if you want to actually build a stable colony in any of these colony builders. So my goal is, even though we're going slow IRL time, we're massively efficient with what we're doing per cycle. And that's what matters to me. In the 6 or 7 cycles that we've done, we've built out our infinite storage for 2 gases, set up to capture the natural gas when it comes out, planned out our eventual dirty grid, got up the natural gas generator so when this comes online we can use that for power. We still got to link that into the grid, but now we're working on getting our deep freeze open. Set up the pipe system to get the fluids out of here. It's honestly a good accomplishment. Oh, okay, it doesn't say flooded. Now, it says we need power. And the thing about the power here, I'm going to want to run conductive wire. Not heavy watt wire, but like, I'm going to at least want to run conductive wire to it, right? So, we could, in theory, just dot build right there. And then when we decide where the power is coming from, we could put a dot there or there. Do I want to do that, or do I want to preemptively build? No, let's just dot build it and trust the process here, right? Now that whole thing is rotating nicely. So we'll button this up after we get that wire built. And then I think... So basically what we're prepping for right now is for this to come online and give us power. We're going to have to wait until we have a little bit of a backfill of the natural gas. But I'm pretty much we're able now to start building the systems we are going to be needing as soon as we have the power online to use them. So I'm pretty good with where all of this stuff that we've done today is at. But we need to do we need to work on some stuff for the next hour here. So what I might do, I want to put in some automation for the Draco farm. The problem with that being, it's not a permanent farm. But we could set up like a temporary kill chamber type situation. Could do the same thing with the hatches, right? Like we could start setting up some automation. I mean, the problem with that is, again, oh no. You guys are just assholes. You turn your head for 1 second and Barb builds herself into an oil-soaked freaking cooling chamber. Good job, Barb. Let's keep an eye on them. Make sure they don't build from the wrong side. What's the temperature in here? 27.5. That's good. We'll harvest that because he doesn't actually need to eat because he's wild. He'll always replenish himself, and we need to get more arbor acorns if we want to make it work anyway. Now, what we should do is figure out how we're going to link that natural gas generator in with the rest of our grid. Right? Like it doesn't do any good not being hooked up to anything at all. So our main grid currently is down here. Let me check something real quick. What is the height of a steam rocket? Ani, steam rocket height. maximum of 35. What about the steam rocket specifically? Yeah, thanks, Wiki, because that's useful.
And right here.
No. Any chance anybody's going to tell me how tall the steam rocket is? No. What if we go into research? Will you tell me how tall a steam rocket is? You know what? Why do I, my brain. Steam engine. Building size, 7 wide. Build time, 6 seconds. Materials, refined metal, power, category. Send duplicates into space. Module stats. Height, module burden, 15. Module engine power, set 27. Maximum supported rocket height is 25. So if we cram the nose to here, 25 is here, plus 2 tiles for the platform, and then insulation. So our first rocket silo is going to come all the way down to here, right? So I don't know when we're actually going to be able to get to it, but I'd like to not have to necessarily move our grid in an insane way before that happens. So what I'm thinking, I think my brain is sending you my blank moments. It's okay, Killer. My brain has lots of blank moments. Don't you worry about it. If we put that there and do that, that should work. And that should tie us in. Then we can use this battery. So we could set this battery so that if it hits, 60, it turns this on. Set this battery, if it hits 40, it turns these on. That way, we're not burning coal before we burn natural gas. But we're still making sure that we keep our system up. I've got these coal generators over here just in case this system needs to be jump-started again, but it seems to be pretty stable. Stable enough that I might destroy it soon. But does anybody have any thoughts on what we should do with the last hour here? I'm thinking about trying to find a place to actually put the shovels on a, I guess, semi-permanent situation. Right? Like, this area keeps screaming to me like, why don't you just put the shovels here? Why don't you just put the shovels here? The other thing is we need a place for the poke shells. And I feel like the poke shells and the shovels could probably be put in very close quarters in theory, right? Like, I'd like to set it up so we could use one auto sweeper to snag both of them. The petroleum generators are going to go... This is temporary, these bits here. And the petroleum generators are going to go down here. So that is the plan now. We're not putting them in yet because we can't make petroleum till we get down here. So before we got to worry about actually building the petroleum generators, we're going to have a nice long stint of going off of geothermal power. So, that's future Nether's problem for sure. What I'm thinking about right now is like how we can consolidate and clean up and start putting things into the right spots, right? With the move to command, it's not as necessary to waste space to drop eggs from the top of a poke shell Same thing with the voles. Like, you used to have to put, you know, in theory, enough space to put a drop off or an auto dropper, but now we can just hit move too and dump them in there theoretically. So these guys need metal surrounding them. The doors work. And I'm curious if we can do some... Like, let's say we were to shove the voles here. Shove the shoved voles, right? And so we would need to do something like that with a tile there at the very least, right? I mean, they could be on a single tile. We can deliver and pick up through doors, right? Then poke shells, kind of same situation, right? They need a too tall space, so that could be here. Like, that could be... Like, we could put them here. Not quite the efficient use of space I'm looking for, though. Again, we wind up with these awkward tiles. Okay. Now, this one might require us to move some things. What if we put the shove voles and the poke shells here? I know that sounds crazy, but let's say the poke shells were here, and then we had a door here. Put an auto sweeper here, it can see 4 tiles. 1, 2, 3, 4. So one auto sweeper could sweep through the doors to grab whatever we needed to grab. Right? I mean, obviously this would require us to move our filtration system, and there's no place to really move it at the moment. Speaking of moving things, let's move that back to where it was, because that needs to be its home forever. This might be a good spot for it, actually. Well, actually, this is smaller, right? So we want the floor to be at this level so we can reclaim this space, because we're, like, overlapping and wasting space. Speaking of, let's dig that out. Now, again, we could use this over here. We could create kind of a vertical space for a farm. Like, if we wanted to, say, keep this as the pip ranch, and we created this little thing to get 96 tiles, right? So we could, in theory, like, just kind of use some of this space over here for the pips. Okay. Okay. Now, it might be a waste of airlock, but we could lock an airlock right here, right? That's metal. They can't get through metal. Then we put a door here, a tile here, a door here, and that squeezes it in, right? Then poke shells, door. And now we've got two of our food source and our source of sand right there, right? I don't even know why these doors are here. And that actually... that could work. Right? Because, like... rail system. This is going to be where our our ingredients go, right? So wall of metal, space, wall of metal, space, wall of metal. Or not a door for the poke shells. That would put us in a situation where we could put a sweeper here and a loader right here, and that would load all of the meat right into there. Putting our floor at this level, which is an awkward level, but still not bad. And this cuts off right here. Okay. Okay. Anybody see any issue with... Do you need metal on the corners as well? No, it doesn't need to have metal on the corners. It does not. Like, if I just had metal right there, I wouldn't need that corner. I did this because my brain didn't like it not being a box, but my brain can eat a bag of dicks at this point. Alright, we got 10 days of food, so let's... Do we have airlocks? Mechanized airlock. Okay. Okay. So let's deconstruct this and this. Let's do it one at a time for now, because they're going to do something stupid. And then we're... For now... We can shift this system over. Now what I'm looking at is if we have a way of integrating our bathrooms with this. I mean, we're getting polluted germy water over here anyway, right? So what if instead of sending it to this sieve, we just send the dirty water over to this sieve? Less power use. That'd be a more efficient use of power and everything else. And that would allow us to disconnect that. The problem with that... No. That doesn't work because of the way we have that system set up over there, right? Like... The bathrooms would have to get processed. And so that sieve would have to be running. And we'd wind up with having to overflow, and that would suck out that whole tank. Okay. That's not necessarily a possibility. So where we're at, essentially... is moving the whole system over. I want to double check something real quick also. Yeah, does not count as industrial machinery. Excellent. Okay, so speaking of all of that, we can start actually laying out some of our stuff here. We're going to need a loader. You're out of refined metal. That loader is going to go there. We're going to need a sweeper. We don't have... You know what? Can't place that stuff just yet. We don't have enough refinement power just yet. So what I'm thinking, yeah, I'm thinking that's good, and honestly, at this point, I think the only play we have at the moment is to shift over our filtration system. And I'm not opposed to doing that. It's not that hard of a pipe system. So let's deconstruct some of this stuff. And since... we don't actually need these bridges anymore. So we can deconstruct those. And this isn't going to be our permanent storage location either, so that's not a problem. I kind of like this plan. Like it a lot, actually. It's going to be interesting. Overflow system is still in place. I mean, this is actually starting to come together. This base is actually starting to come together. What about moving the kitchen and research since they're the only one that should need cooling? Well, not the only one, but the only one that aren't a fixed location yet. The kitchen is a fixed location. We planned this out forever ago. Like, we have a whole plan for this. So, there's going to be an auto sweeper here, a loader here. The gas range is going to go here. It's like, this is all planned. Like, and this is permanent, these are permanent. I like to live dangerously and put my bathrooms next to my kitchen, apparently. But there should be no reason they could pick up food manually, so. And the kitchen itself, I don't care if it gets a little toasty in the kitchen. The main thing I usually care about cooling is crops. Research is staying here, for sure, because we're making use of the printing pod's light to do that. We've got a laboratory here. The thing I'd like to change is actually to be able to reshape this a bit so that I can break these doors and have room to put in the other research. So you want to get the food straight from the grill. So I've done kitchen setups very similar to this, right? The ingredients all get frozen here. The auto sweeper pull the ingredients out and stock the grill, the gas range, and this thing, provided we need whichever one, right? The moment that food is done and cooked and they drop it, it gets put on a loader here and sent up to be kept frozen here. There'll be a sweeper up here with a refrigerator up here. The refrigerator will hold enough food for like 2 or 3 meals, probably about 3 meals. 4 dupes, enough for like 2 or 3. Yeah, enough for 2 or 3 meals. The dupes will come and take a meal's worth of food out of the refrigerator. The sweeper will immediately grab the cooked food and put it in the refrigerator. It minimizes rot and keeps everything frozen. So it's a way to, like, this is generally the way I do my kitchens. If it's a larger colony, I'll set it up so there's 2 grills, 2 gas ranges, 2 microbe mushers, whatever the case may be. The reason we have this here is that I'm hoping that we get some sleet wheat seeds somewhere along the way, and we can start doing berry sludge so that we can use that for our rocket program because it doesn't spoil, is the long and the short of it. And we have the thermoregulator here to act as the thing that freezes this with the hydrogen. And that's why I do that way. We'll lock that. High priority. Get that locked. Yeah, it's a really neat system. And you know, I always try to build it reasonably compact, right? And I like that we can get the thermoregulator so close to these because you wind up dissipating a little bit of heat because the pipes got to warm up and the insulated tiles around it warm up a little bit, so it becomes a whole thing. So now in theory, that's going to be, that could actually be insulated. And so can that other bit. See, and I'd already prepped to have this thermoregulator on the cooling loop over here. So how far do we have to move this? Door, space, door, space, door. Sweeper, loader. So we can move things to here. That's 5 point... Okay, so we can slide that over basically to here at the closest to what we're doing. If we put it here... Alright, we got to process order of operations so we don't fuck this up. Because we got to move the bristle blossom as well. I wondered a bit about the cooling since you're moving the water filter. The cooling... Like, this is the cooling loop here. See that thing rotating? I have this blade here so that when we want to start cooling that, we can boop and send that over. I should actually be sending it so that it cools this area for the bristle blossoms, but it hadn't become a problem yet. I also would like to set up a proper storage system, but I don't know if we'll have enough space for that on this map. That's going to be a whole thing, right? We could have it basically where it is. So right now I'm just trying to decide how far over I want to move this. Because we're going to be up to here with the system. Do I want to move this all the way over? Oh, if we put the sand thing here, that same auto sweeper can take care of putting sand into there and can take care of picking up rot. Okay, so auto sweeper to here, sand. So this is going to move to here. Are the toilets still sending out wastewater at a given temp regardless of input temp? I do believe so. So we're going to want this here. So that means we're going to need pipe here. Oh, this is gonna be a tough one. This is absolutely gonna be a tough one to do. Without having people pee themselves, right? These are going to have to get deconstructed. That can be dot built. That goes here. We're going to need to put that here and here. This, we're going to need a copy of, let's say, here. That's going to require a wire. Okay. On the plus side, that puts it in the right spot to get the water. Wonderful. The bridge will just move to here, shortening the system, but basically the same. But I really don't want to put that in until it's ready to go. What if I just put it there? That's a good way to prep for the system, right? That way we can dot build that and we can do that. That's pretty awesome right there. And so this is going to go here. The problem is that overlaps, so we'd have to get that there. And then the dirty water actually has to come into that bit right there. So we're going to need pipes to come like that. Right? Because basically we've got to pre-build everything that we need for this system so that when we deconstruct this, these pipes don't get stupid with us. Okay, let's build that piping. This is something I think we could actually accomplish in the next half hour, 45. This is not a super complicated situation. Dumb question. Can we build here? Oh, we can. About here. Can't build there, but can build there. Okay. Now I'm getting ideas for the storage system. If we flip-flop these two, we can actually put the storage right here. On the list of insane things that Nether wants to do. So delete this bridge, snip that bit, connect that to this so that that's not a thing. Connect the output to here, so we actually need this to be there. Do you even have a compost room? No. I'm feeding all of the polluted dirt to the poke shells so that they can turn it into sand because we have no sand on this level. All the sand we get is either coming from the poke shells eating polluted dirt and rot, or from us crushing rocks, which is why the poke shells are really that important to us. Which is another good reason to have them here, is when they eat the sand, or when they eat the rot and make sand, it's right near our filtration system, so we can pull it right out of the poke shells thing into the filtration, or just, you know, if the filtration doesn't need it, put it into the storage box that'll be there set to sand. It's kind of like all the systems working together type thing. The only way I could think... The only thing I could think of here is that by having this as a 4 tall floor, there's wasted space up here. But if we put our storage system here, we could definitely put in some automation type stuff up there. Actually, hang on a second, guys. Hang on a second. We're going for, like, uber space efficiency here, right? It's not... No, I think we leave it. I think we leave it, because the laboratory's under here. It's not like we're going to squeeze much out of it anyway. Yeah. Okay, so we'll let them build that piece of pipe, because that was the last piece I needed. I almost never deal with composters. There's usually a better way to deal with stuff than using compost. Bring those clowns in their car and let's go. Yeah, absolutely. Well, because what I was thinking is we could, like, shift this floor up by 1. In theory. We would just then put this up here, because it's not 4 tall, right? Like, we need this space here to be 4 tall, but then we could move over to a 3 tall right here. There's no need for it to be 4 tall. And if that's the case, we get a little bit more space down here, but does that really matter? We don't need it we don't need to give more space to the laboratory, because it's already a laboratory. Making it bigger isn't going to make it more of a laboratory. And if we leave the space up here and we put a storage system here, we'll be able to put loaders up here to do things that we want them to do. So I think this will be good. We'll have to continue to make alterations throughout this whole playthrough, but for now, I think this works, and I think this will be a reasonably permanent situation for our poke shells and our, what are they called? Shovels. We'll have to remember to put chutes in here so that we can get eggs. Well, no, we don't have to put chutes in here. Move to command, right? Okay, I think that's what we needed to make this happen. So this guy needs to move right here. So we're going to have to deconstruct that, and we're going to have to... That stuff's not going to have anywhere to go for just a moment. Okay, so everything here is a risk, but we're snipping that. We need this to have its... Can we empty the inventory? See, this is one... I really wish you could empty the inventory of the water sieve, because we're going to wind up with polluted water all over the ground when we deconstruct this. 500 grams, or 600 grams. Do we have... I guess what we could do is put a tile here. Let's have them build that before we do what I was going to do. Let's put a tile there to catch the pea water. This is an interesting playthrough, for sure. Like, this is absolutely just nuts. What time of day are we at in our schedules? We're reasonably early in everybody's schedule, so this is a good time to do this. Nobody's going to go pee anytime soon. Oh, no shit. It drops as bottled? Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. I was like, oh, that's going to drop and cause a mess. Okay. Let's put this guy there. That is where we want it. Let's go into our plumbing and do some snips. This is going to go here. That's there. That pulls to the toilets first, then overflows to here. That's an unnecessary pipe. That's an unnecessary pipe. Yes. We're going to snip that. That's all going to backflow. We're going to uproot these. Empty storage, empty storage. How do you still have water inside of you? Oh, because the pipe is still there. Oh my god. Is anybody a plumber? No? No contents. Pipes are good. Empty. Excellent. Get out of there, Amelia. I'm really good at pretending I'm a plumber. Does that help? Oh yeah, absolutely. That'll definitely help us out. Now you can be radiant. We'll bring this into the fold to make sure that the bristle blossoms don't get stifled. These can be made into that. That's a metal tile. This light can get deconstructed. Power wire can connect to here. constructed. This is going to be sand. Very important. And a printable. Okay, let's see what we got here. Agriculture, construction, can't do doctoring, that's fine. Uncultured. Cannot do decorating, increased morale. Ada's not bad. I mean, Ada's not bad. Is she great? I mean, she could take over the farming duties. Like I said, Julie's handling it, though. No excavation, strength, allergies. I honestly don't know who to even take on. You see how fast these 4 dupes are knocking everything out, right? So at this point, it's like we need pilots. We need people that are willing to go into space. I mean, we're going to send Julie into space to do research at a certain point, research rocket status, but we're going to need someone who's going to take off and land and take off and land and take off and land and take off and land over and over again. And we're going to need other people who are going to go out to mining points of interest, come back, refuel, and go back out. So mostly we need people who can build, operate, and fly rockets with synergy. Okay, I talked myself out of all these dupes. We'll take the Joya Seeds. Where'd that steel come from? What was built out of steel over here, guys? What did I accidentally click that was built out of steel? You probably know that if you save before checking the printer and load the game after, you'll get different select. Oh, I do, but that's a little too cheese for me. I mean, we could do that over and over and over again, and, you know. So that can get destroyed. That gets us back some space. I'm not even kidding. I know we just moved that, but there is such a huge temptation to boop it up just one, which would be easier now that we have it moved there. So it's a temptation. It is definitely a temptation. Do we want to put floor in those spots just to, like, make it look not so shit? Like, you know? I think for now, yes. We'll know that we can break those if we need to. Yeah, I'm starting to think that everything we just did, we are going to shift up a little bit. I was a little nervous about moving it, and now I'm like, well, now that it's moved... The thing is, like I said, no. Let me think. Let me think here. No, we're not moving it right now. Because, like I said, I want to... Why are you over here not doing anything? I want to put a storage system in. And since all this stuff is here, and this is an awkward space, we'll put a storage system in here. We'll swap these two. No. Might not need to. Might not need to. Hang on. So if I move this over here, then we wind up with a situation where we can shift that door over. This is kind of at a perfect spot. So we can build here, right? So if we break this block, put a tile here, and then a tile here where that is, we can't put a tile on top of that, which sucks. But the stuff would, everything would sit on this tile here. And if this is too tall here, it won't let the bad decor radiate out that way. We can also then put an auto sweeper here. And that'll be 1, 2, 3, 4 tiles here, which 1, 2, 3, 4. Loaders there. If we move this over here, that creates another awkward space here. Just awkward spaces left and right, guys. I guess let's finish current project. So that's going to be move the voles. Right? So let's lock this door. I mean, we don't need to lock these doors, but I do it because I'm an insane human being, right? So you guys need to be moved here. And then you guys need to be moved here. Calories doing okay. Julie's eating. Our builder doesn't have work. I'm not even sure what we're doing anymore, honestly. Getting the shovels out of that corner means we can start working on cleaning up this space. Basically, we're building from here down permanent. Building the left side permanent, right side permanent, building from top down here permanent. I mean, I say permanent, but, you know, things will change as they change. I would really love to not have 2 sieves. None of you are working. Because only Julie can move stuff, and Julie's on recreation. Okay. So then, let's see. Okay, so how do I want to work with this storage, right? So this is all good where it is. Sweeper, loader. That leaves extra space over here. Yeah. It's really tempting to move that up, but again, I don't know what that gets us. I mean, it doesn't really net us anything as far as space. Maybe we don't decide this right now, right? Maybe we don't decide this because this door's got to be unlocked, right? Because it's entirely possible we'll move this whole setup. Let's do some consideration on toilets, right? We could send the toilet water over here. Because this is all Jeremy anyway. It's coming out of here, Jeremy, right? Rather than putting it onto the line, we could drop it in with a liquid vent. I don't know where we would put the liquid vent, but, you know, let's just speculate a little bit here at the end of the stream. That way, it becomes part of this system. We were talking about putting a hydro sensor in here to say, hey, if it gets above this level, turn these on to process stuff. So we're not going to worry about that. That'll contribute nicely. It won't overflow by adding this to the system because the system will kick on to eat the water that's coming into there. So no problem there, right? So that's reasonable. Now getting water back over to the toilets, that becomes a thing where the water's got to come over. Now, I wanted to, in theory, put a way to get water out of here anyway. So that becomes a matter of, Sudsy, what's going on? How are you? We're talking about a few things. We actually got a little system built over here today. This is kind of going to be half temporary, half permanent. This part's pretty permanent. Our oxygen generator is doing well for itself, and we're moving our shovels to what I think is going to be left you on lurk all day, but couldn't sit and watch. Oh, thank you for the lurk. I really appreciate that. So you know, I don't have to give you the whole rundown then. So right now I'm trying to figure out, because we're going to play on Friday again, play this game on Friday again, and I'm trying to figure out what systems we can try to incorporate with each other, right? Like, if we don't have to have the bristleberries be there for overflow, because I'd like to theoretically get enough voles or pips or something going, so or drecos or whatever the case may be going, so that we can get on to barbecue reasonably stably. If we could dump the toilet water over into the pea water tank, which, you know, like I said, we've already got so many things going over there that squeezing that in might be a little bit of a big ask. let's suppose we could find a place to stick the liquid vent long term. Long term is like, how quick can we freaking get the magma biome gone, essentially, is what it boils down to. So we could, in theory, dump that over there. Then we prioritize... What do we prioritize first? Air or toilets? That would have to cross the eventual rocket chamber, which kind of sucks. But I guess if we're getting to that point where we have a second rocket chamber, we might actually have the materials to make that reasonable to do. I guess the thing is, we've got to minimize our left to right at each side, which sucks because we got to get stuff out of there. Like, we're bringing polluted water from the right all the way over to the left, which is just insane. It's absolutely fucking insane. So yeah, this is a whole thing and a half right here. This whole situation. Oh, I have a thought. I want to check something real quick with the sweepers. If I put the sweeper here, no, but if I put it there, ugh. You can see that. It can't see that. So that's got to be at there. You can see it there, can't see it there. So we got two tiles we could put it on. That would see it, that wouldn't. I mean, that's fine. That, yeah, it's too bad because that tile would be great. I don't know what we're going to do with that spare tile, of course. That'd go there. Refrigerator there. We could, in theory, then put extra seats under here for people to eat at. Okay. I think we've got some plans, guys. I think we've got some plans. And I think it's about time to call it. Usually, you know, I'm a couple of minutes shy of 6 here, but I don't think there's anything else we can really get done today. Friday, we'll come in, they'll move the poke shells, they'll move the voles. We can rip down these temporary blocks, rip down these temporary blocks, start readjusting this whole thing over here. Yeah, a lot of this needs to be readjusted substantially. Like, this is kind of the awkward space we're going to have to deal with. And I think what our goal should be is we're going to need the data analysis building, and we're going to, theoretically, it'd be great to get the botanical analyzer. So that could actually end up being a decent chunk of this space, although the botanical analyzer we would only want up for a certain amount of time until we got the exuberant versions of the seeds we wanted. So that wouldn't be a permanent installation. The data analysis one wouldn't necessarily be permanent either. Eventually we're going to get all the research done. I don't know how long that'll take or how much we should lean on that. But my thought process is this would be a good area to kind of make a ranch, in theory, right? Because they don't need to be horizontal. Like, maybe we make a vertical hatch ranch over here. Like, how wide are these bits? That's 2, 4, 6 wide, right? So that would be that. So we could put a hatch ranch here and just let this be empty space for the hatch ranch. Would illuminate blossoms next to it. True. Right now it's providing light to the research station, so we get the research bonus for it being a laboratory. So it's either pay for the power for the laboratory or pay for the power for the blossoms. So either way, we got to run a light bulb. But that's a good plan long term once we don't need those anymore. Although I'm not sure if we'll get to the point where we finish all the research in this playthrough. I don't know. Again, I don't know how long we're going to be in the playthrough. I don't know what the end game goal of this is, honestly. Yeah, if you have 2 research buildings and a light source in a room, and it's at least 36, 32 or 36 tiles, it gets a research bonus. Laboratory. Minimum of 32 tiles, maximum of 120. Light source, 2 science buildings, no industrial machinery. This is literally the build I do when I start every single colony. This goes here. Doors go here. Doors go here. You start with your food thing here. So by the time you get to the point where you can do supercomputer, I literally go right into advanced research. Like right after the food, I go into advanced research, delete the food box and put that in because it gives a bonus even if it's not usable. And then the first thing I do is on the other side of these doors, usually this is where the first mouse wheel and battery go. Unless you can't. Obviously, you have to make adjustments for your map generation, but I do that every time. Now, I do have a thought. Okay. Remember I was talking about putting the storage here? I know we just moved this, but we can consider this for next time. What if we put the storage over here? I mean, that's where it is. I mean, we'll break out these doors so that we have room for the other things, but we'll put that like that. Break that block out. Put an auto dispenser there. The sweeper's already here. We could put loaders here if we need to send stuff anywhere, which we might because there's some stuff that our dupes aren't going to be able to reach. Like we're going to need to send filtration medium into here without our dupes being able to access it. So like the regolith in theory, the dupes will have to process that because we can't build up there. They'll grab it, drop it into a loader. That loader will put it into a chill tank. That's what I was talking about. We could put a chill tank here because we can have a steam turbine here, aqua tuner in here with the steam, with the rockets. Ooh. Yeah, chill tank here. That's the plan. And then if we put this as our storage, I mean, that still leaves us with a bit of an awkward space here, but I'm sure we'll find something to do with it. I don't know. That's a consideration. Then we don't have to actually move the supercomputer over here. But everything needs to be bigger than the space we actually have. That's the challenge of the map, right? Yeah, this is probably the most awkward space on the entire map. If we could... Ranches can have industrial machinery. Maybe what we do is this stays in here. We snag a little bit of space if we need it as we shift this over and add buildings to it. Maybe we can make this a ranch for like a 1 or 2 animal situation, right? Like, how many tiles do we have? 37 tiles. They need 12 tiles apiece. Then we can make happy buildings. 12, 24, 36. That would be enough for 3 critters. We could theoretically move our hatches there. Now that's a nice idea. We move our hatches there. We leave the sieve there. We could probably set it up so that that sweeper we're going to put in for the voles and the poke shells can also sweep the hatch stuff. Put in a loader to send the eggs to a kill chamber. Okay. I think this is probably going to become a ranch. This is, yeah, I like that because we've already got animals here, kitchen here, so ranch here. Either for sage or regular hatches, depending on which direction we go. I mean, we're most likely going to continue to feed the polluted dirt to the poke shells. But maybe not. Maybe we just use their molts for lime. And maybe we feed the polluted dirt to sages for the coal. That way we don't have to worry about... Because we have an infinite source of polluted dirt by filtering this polluted water and that polluted water and that polluted water. So we could feed the polluted dirt to sages for a little bit of coal that we need for diamond and steel production. The molts make lime. The sieve can stay here. I think we found our answer, guys. And if we need to snag a couple extra tiles of space, we could tighten this up vertically and just add the space on over here we need for it to be a laboratory as we add the other buildings. Okay, now that is a beautiful plan, and that is a good way to end a stream with a plan. So let's do this. Let's go over and see who's on Twitch. See if we can raid out to any of our friends. Or Julie is playing Oxygen Not Included. Well then, there is no thought required there. Let's go raid Julie, everybody. You know her, you love her, and we're excited to go give her some love. Okay, guys, thank you for a great stream. Again, we're going to be doing RimWorld tomorrow, Ani on Friday, and Satisfactory on Saturday. I appreciate everybody who's coming in. If you see me in chat later, feel free to come and hang out on Discord. I'll probably be playing some Nightingale. It's been wonderful hanging with you all. You have an amazing night. Take care and be well. Sorry about the burps. Take care.